Okay, hello everyone. Good to see you. I think this is my earliest stream ever. I don't think I've ever streamed this early. I just noticed it was Saturday, so I thought I might cop in an early stream. I say notice Saturday because I work in like a hybrid schedule, so I don't really keep track of the days. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna get started on the coding. Is the audio balance Jesus fucking Christ, Peter. Stop giving me money! Oh my god. Thank you, Peter. My god. Okay. Thank you very much. Is the audio balance good enough for you know the mic and the music, etc.? Would you like the music a little bit uh, quieter? Would you like the mic to be louder? Is everything good? At least I hope. All right. Let's hop to the actual stream now. Okay. Everyone. What the glowing red. Okay. Well, so we're going to do some pretty boring-ish work today. It's not really that boring, I say. I think we can probably get in a couple neat things, but we're going to be working a little bit on the edge cases. So by edge cases, what I mean is we're going to work on if you play the game right now, you've got issues such as let's say, for example, boats can't be placed. You can't spawn mobs because spawn eggs aren't like inherently usable. There's tons of stuff like this that is going to be coded in to make it either similar to vanilla or to give it a function that makes it interesting for the game. I have a couple of these in mind. I did write up a list. I don't know if I should show it on screen or not, but I think it could be interesting. Hold on. Let's see if I can... Right. Okay. So let me try and bring that up. All right. So, of course, doing it on Obsidian, similar to Northern Reaches. So this is what this is most of the things I've listed as needed to be modified. Got all of the little ideas, I guess. So there's regular stuff such as the boats, the spawn eggs, etc. There is some AI that probably needs to be restored at some point. But there's also some custom stuff that I think should be interesting to do. Making creative only items such as command blocks placeable would be nice. This is probably not a good idea, the point in the middle, but I do think it'd be nice to do like to other players, like an actual, pedalist compass or something. I think also this one is my favorite to code in. I think it's going to be quite nice. But yeah, I think it could be interesting to do that. Anyway, yeah, that's about it for that. Let's see. Going to keep that in my view, but move it out of the way for the stream. That way you guys can actually see the whole screen. Okay, there we go. All right, so first off, we're going to. So I did write at the very beginning of the list something akin to putting limitations on pottery shirts, smithing templates, and bundles, etc. I don't think that's going to be my high priority right now because I don't think you should like affect the item pool in that way, especially because I'm considering making stuff like achievements for collecting a lot of stuff. When you bringing back Northern Region streams, well, that's kind of the thing. For now, the plan is never. So I set this on a video that's available on the Discord if you want to check it out. But essentially, after after stopping the series for by taking some time for the holidays and reflecting on it a little bit, I decided that it just didn't really interest me anymore. Couple of reasons. I didn't think the project was too like intimidating, but I do think it doesn't really translate well to streaming because there's lots of little like um, isolated mechanics, or like you put in a lot of work for mechanics that don't really affect much. And I don't know. I didn't really like working on it too much. Also, my cup of tea is more arcade games, so this is you know Pillars of Fortune is more my caliber than a survival game. Um, so if I'm trying to like share the way I code stuff, it's better to do that on a type of game that I'm knowledgeable on. And yeah, that's just overall. I didn't really find the project too appealing towards the end, so I decided to switch out to something like this that could hopefully be more entertaining for you and for me. So yeah, that's mostly what's happened with Northern Reaches. Maybe we'll do like an end party sometime, but we'll see. Okay, so let's think a little bit. What's the first things we want to do? So we're going to have to test specific items here. So I think the first thing that's due is that we need to. Oh no, we're back at it again. Oh god, it's going to be a laggy stream again. Anyway, yeah, the first thing that I think we want to do is we want to set up def commands to essentially be able to give ourselves items. That way we can like test. We can test anything we want in terms of specific items. Like if I want to test a boat, I can just give myself a boat. It's gonna be fine. So I think the best way to go about this is that you want to just use the usual command stuff. You check the beginning of the command for a give command. First we diamond, then we fire. Holy peak. Absolute cinema. I reckon we can just get the ID from the command arguments like this. Is this here? Yes, it is. So 2 because the second argument. The first argument is always the header of the command. And I think we can maybe check. Yeah, because I was thinking of just doing the ID like this, but come on. Christ. Okay, I can just set it to an item like this. Set it from stone. Yep, should be good. And then we give it to the player. So that should do for now. Been banished. Yes, true. What? So this should work, hopefully. Let's see. What if I give stone? Yeah. Give dirt. Yep, that works. Okay. So I think also we'll need to set up some basic stuff like clearing the inventory and yeah, because right there it doesn't work. Okay, so yeah, that's going to work. That's going to be fine. I'm trying to check if my because I'm still using the phone, of course. God damn it! Stream seems back. I tried to optimize it from last time, but for some reason it really didn't help. I think it's just my Wi-Fi because I can see some bugs in. Oh god, is the stream back? Can you guys see the stream? Yeah, that's what Louis set up the other day. It was like that on Northern Reaches as well. So yeah, this is a binary counter. Anyway, yeah. What was I thinking about? Yes, let's do boats, right? Let's do boats. So I think we can keep this very simple. But it was you, nice. You can probably keep this very simple. Just put some right-click stuff. I usually don't really like doing it like this, the right-click stuff. Um, but since we're going to be dealing with like generic items, I feel like it's probably most appropriate to just put it on a right-click thread. If you're curious, you can check out the early streams for Northern Reaches. Um, you can check out the early stream for Northern Reaches because this is where I do the nested function thing. Okay, see it? Um, all right. So I think what we want to do is we want to do string contains with the items ID, which we'll grab beforehand. And we probably want to do boat or raft, right? That's how you want to do this. So let's get item material then from the player's main hand item, of course, which is going to be the event item here. Okay. So this should detect boats and rafts properly. I think you can just uncancel, can't you? Should be easier than creating some artificial behavior. Right, let's just test this and see if that works. Because if it works, it's way simpler, right? Okay. Oh, wait. Maybe? So. No, never mind. All right, it's okay. Give oak boat. Yeah, seems like that works. Okay, so simple. Simple first one. But it does make me realize that we need to add some better clearing stuff. Notably, I think that we want to do clearing for all entities for now. We can add like a whitelist of entities later on, but for clearing here, yeah, for clearing, I think we can just remove all entities for now. Should be pretty fine. All entities. And afterwards, on player spectates, we want to clear the inventory. Yeah, clear inventory. Clear inventory, you want to set the health back to 20. There we go. Set the health back to 20, and sure that's about it. We should probably reset the food as well. What's the default saturation, by the way? We'll probably make it like... Come on. Saturation at 1. We'll see. So this should probably be... I think we could probably make this a function so that it's applied 2 times. 1 time when the player joins and 1 time when the player spectates. Call it player.reset or something. And then we can put all of our, status resets in there as well. Right, so game.join, yeah, that's it. And I think here we can simply... Okay, there we go. Yeah, OBS had a slight struggle here. I don't understand why it um, fucks up on the streaming, because I mean it's stayed stable on Minecraft all throughout. So oh, never mind, zero again. What the hell? That's very weird. Okay, never mind. Is the stream back? No. Guess if you just keep coding, it looks like it's streaming anyway. At least I'll have a VOD. Okay, so play a reset here for when you join. I reckon that should be about it. All right, let's bring in this again, and let's get the boats and rafts. So let's move on to something a bit more. Let's put this towards the end because we don't really know if we're going to do or not. Okay, maybe not. Okay, good. Hello, tech. Um, right, so let's do spawn eggs now. I reckon the spawn eggs should probably be the same. There's also a thing I think we can just like uncancel right off the bat like this. Okay. Let's see if spawn eggs work the same actually. Ray, can you join in, please? Oh, hold on. I don't know how much delay there is. Oh crap! Yeah. Just in the nick of time. Holy. Okay. So let's say fox spawn egg, of course. No, it doesn't work that simple, of course. Why would it? So, um, with a spawn egg also, that's a big one. Okay, whatever. We'll just create a separate thing. So take this out of here. Let's make it so if the list contains this, so if we have a spawn egg in hand, let's see, how do we want to do this properly? We want to check if the player is aiming at a block, right? Makes sense? So probably we check if the block is solid. Yes, I think okay, I know what I'm going to do. We're going to get the block. Okay. I get ideas and then it crashes. Holy. Yeah, we're never gonna get a stable stream, boys. Holy shit. I don't know why it fucks up like that. It's so weird. Because it works fine when I did some previous streams like with this exact configuration. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on. If it keeps throttling like that for like for some time, I'm probably going to like take a look at my old PC, see if I can compare stuff or for a quick break or something. We'll see. Anyway, yeah, I think what I want to do here is I want to get the block um, from the location here. Okay, come on. There you go. And I think we want to check if block is solid here, right? That seems like the best approach to check if the players actually clicked on the block. And then, because you could obviously just check if it's not air, but that would then work if you place an egg in water, etc. So I think this works pretty good. And then for the location of the mob, I believe that we can use the event block side here to our advantage. So one thing we can do is we want to adjust like depending on the mob size, etc. It's gonna be tough. We don't really. Just asking Red to see if he knows, but I don't think we have any like way to get the way to get a mob's width and height without spawning it in first, right? At least I'm not sure, but anyway, let's maybe try something. We do know that if the okay, come on, we're checking hitboxes. We do know that if the side is up, right, which corresponds to this vector, then we can just shift the clicked location 0, 5 up. That's the one. Other than that, we'll treat these edge cases here. But then I think you can get away with just spawning a mob here using the event item. That should work now. With the log that we just defined, that we're going to define in here for the other cases. Then again, I don't think we need the width and height. We could make it... Nah, you know what? Okay, let's not do that, actually. Let's make it simplified, because otherwise people are not going to be able to predict how a mob actually spawns. Let's make it just 0.5 in the direction of... well, not 0.5 in the direction, of course, but you shift in that, and then you, like, put the mob to its... Well, okay, well, you'll see what I mean in a quick second. But basically, you want to do this. You want to do shift on vector whenever Dawnfire decides... Oh my god. Shift on vector here with the event block side. And then... Come on. And then you just want to shift it down on Y by 0.5. And I reckon that just makes it vanilla location, right? That should work. So this, and obviously you want to consume one, which will probably make a... Let's make this, right? Yeah, okay. I know. I just wanted to do like utility.consume1 because we're going to reuse this, right? You get the item here. What you do is you set the stack size of this item to 1, and you remove it from the player. Now, ideally, you don't just remove it. You want to target the slot that the player is actually using. Which, is there a specific way to do this, or is it just set in hotbar? Or like set in slot, sorry. I don't really like the idea of doing set in slots because if there's like lag, you might accidentally clone the items or whatnot. So I think we're going to stick with remove for now. It's simple enough, and it's more sure than doing some set in slots. Okay, so hopefully this should like cover most mobs. Let's give it a shot. Let's ask our boy Red again. What the fuck? Wait, have you just been playing this entire time? Wait, how? Oh, because I left. It didn't count as a kill. That's important to highlight. Uh-oh. Okay, yeah, let's just simply add that in now before we forget. So we can simply do % status in game. check out the chest. What the fuck? Do you actually just get all that? It's pretty interesting, actually. Yeah, true. What does the map look like? Nice. It's actually it's kind of calibrated. You know what? I should make the plot center calibrated to the center of the map. That'd be sweet. Could be fun. Okay. We'll think about that later. Right. So if we're in game and we leave, then what we want to do, I think we can just apply play.diff, right? With the reason left. Or like just call it leave actually. And I think that's going to be working, right? That should work. Okay, let's hope. Right. Okay, let's get ready to rejoin. I know you're close to a diamond. We gotta test. Please, I need this. Ratio. You can bet your ass this. No, okay, no man. I thought you were going to fly up. Okay. I still said I want to. That's insane. It's not that insane. I coded a list, but you know, it is what it is. Okay. Oh. Interesting. It didn't limit. Wait, it didn't limit you. Right? What? Yeah, it's over there. I guess it didn't limit you. That's weird. Okay, let's try the spawn eggs. Okay, I guess that doesn't work. That's weird. What? Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, list contains, I said, instead of string contains. Oops, that's a common mistake. Okay, let's give it another shot. Okay, so give fox spawn egg. Okay, so it works, but what? They just not remove the first time. What? What? When does it? When does it remove it? Wait, that's actually what? Oh, wait, am I not calling the function? Yeah, I'm just not calling the function. What am I doing? Oh, crap. Oh, this is not interesting in the slightest. Okay, come on. Utility.consume one with the item in hand. Okay, so let's try again now. I do think that's going to maybe work now. So we can preemptively check this out. Should probably not start a game. Yeah, I was planning on doing that afterwards. Okay. Fox spawn egg. Come on. Yeah, you can never tell with the lag, right? Okay, so there's one thing I want to verify then. For stuff like Ender Dragon spawn egg. It doesn't have AI. doesn't have AI, but it does damage you. So that's interesting to me, right? Because yes, there's also that I need to fix afterwards. You know what? Let's put it off. Let's leave. Let's make a lot of noise. Okay, there we go. So for this, also include water buckets, tadpoles, fish, axolotls. So yeah, this is probably something we need to include as well. Let me. I want to try a quick fix for the Ender Dragon, which is this one. I want to see if I can like enable AI. Okay, it sounds like an American startup, but no, it's done in Firecode. I'm enabling the AI. Okay, give it a shot. We'll see afterwards. Now, what I want to do is I want to make it so in the game loop, the game doesn't start if there's only one player on. So I think what I do then is I'm going to cap this the timer between the max timer, which is start timer, and 0. And then if there's only one player on, sorry, not one players. Okay, there we go. If there's only one player on, then we add back up to the timer. Twice as fast, that way it compensates for this. And hopefully now Red should no longer experience some trouble by having infinite win loops. Okay, so now let's try and test the dragon again. Right. So that's a bit disappointing. I don't exactly want to recode and try and dragon AI. Red, is the Ender Dragon AI just fully removed? Oh wait, actually I know why. Because when you've got Ender Dragon AI enabled, it automatically flies to the 0, 0 coordinate, which explains why the Ender Dragon AI doesn't work here. So what can we do? Is there like specific dragon actions that we can maybe play with? No, definitely not here. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, this is getting kind of annoying. The constant ping issues. I really don't know what happens. The streams worked fine before, and there it goes again. Yeah, I don't know. So okay, I found this for the dragon phases. So maybe we can try something like this now. So AI should automatically be available, so we don't need this. Let's try flying, right? See, that works. After I settle how the dragon works, I think I'm going to cut the stream for a couple of minutes, just so I can like go check out the settings on my old computer and see if there's like ways for me to arrange how the stream works, because it's getting kind of annoying to have it completely fail like that. Okay. And the dragon spawn egg. It just fucks up. Okay. Right, so that's it does say world origin, wherein we're actually quite close to the Z world origin. That's interesting. But yeah, obviously we're way far out for. Actually, you know what? Oh, because I probably just faced it wrong. But yeah, went into negative x. So over there makes sense because it's trying to get to the world origin. So we can't set it to that phase. Though it would be funny if the dragon just like when you spot it, just yeets off, flies into the sunset. I guess I guess that kind of balances it out. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you guys think. Anyway, yeah. Otherwise, hovering makes it not move. You can. I guess you could just make it like. What if we just set it in that state, right? This is very, very annoying. Okay, let's give it a shot. Okay, give enter dragon spawn egg. Does it just do it in one direction? It does damage. Right, I wish it would like um, move around. I guess that'd be nice. Not move, but like at least orient itself. Making it so he at least orients himself would be interesting. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, back is dropping again. I did notice that I need to set this so that the game status is in game as well. Otherwise, it makes it so the player gets a death even when they're not, even when the game is finished, which is not what we want. Anyway, yeah, probably funnier to just leave it be flying for now. And while I'm going to put the stream on. Be right back. I'll come back in a second. I'll go inspect if I can salvage maybe the old stream config. See if I can make it work better. All right. See you guys in a tiny bit. Okay, we should be back. So I tried to copy a little bit the parameters from my previous setup. I don't know if it's going to improve that much. The stream quality should probably decrease a little bit, but hopefully that settles things. We shall see. Okay. Just make sure everything's in order. Also, while I'm at it, if you were curious about how my old computer turned out to look like, I can show that right now. I just took a pic. Hold on. Yep. Oh crap. Okay, hold on. There you go. Take care of your laptops, lad. Mine took quite a bit of that. Anyway, yeah, that's how this laptop turned out to be. Okay, let's get back to it. Let's hope the ping is good now. Maybe it didn't fix anything, by the way, but you know, at least maybe it's going to be a bit less demanding. Fingers crossed. Okay, so yeah, as I said, I do think it's really funny to have the Ender Dragon just like fly off when you spawn it. Maybe you could specify somewhere in like a help thing that the Ender Dragon always flies towards the west. I mean, that works for me. Anyway, so that's here we go. That's dragon behavior. Let's take a look at warden behavior because I do think is Red still in the game? Yes. Wait, no, he's just still in the game. It's gonna be fine. I do think that we want to give a shot at enabling the warden AI in the same way. Spawn egg. Let's see if that works. Like, does he attack me or? No, it doesn't seem like he attacks me. I think it might be that because he's blind, he doesn't really detect anything. Maybe that's turned off, you know, something like that. Doesn't seem like there's any doesn't seem like there's anything relating to the warden and the AI section. I never really dealt with like a warden's AI before. I do know that there you've got set warden digging, but I don't know. Maybe if we set it to emerge when it starts, and also let's re-enable the AI. Maybe if we do it like this, it's going to make its AI work, hopefully. Could be fun. We're not going to focus on it too hard, though. There we go. Warden spawn egg. How does this work? Yeah. That's it's kind of a funny spawning animation. Nope, doesn't seem like he's registering. Nope. Doesn't seem like he's registering me or anything. Yeah, okay, well, that's we'll just treat the wardens like a darkness spell, and I think that's going to be alright. So we can just delete that, I think. Actually, let's leave it like if we come up with a solution eventually, we'll see. Okay, let's just quickly treat the water bucket stuff. How do our... Whoa. How do the IDs look like for these? It's like cod bucket, salmon bucket, whatever. Right. We might be able to do some funky stuff. I've got an idea. It's a bit cursed, but trust the process. What if we can just check if the ID is if the ID is among these water buckets. So this, and that's about it. So what is it? Cod, salmon, tropical fish like this, pufferfish, axolotl, tadpole, bucket. We can just check if it's equal to one of these, and if it is, here's a little trick. You split the ID. Actually, no, you don't split because that might split tropical fish. You replace the bucket segment like this with spawn egg. So since we did this before our spawn egg stuff, I'm pretty sure that this should... Ah, but no. Because... No, it's completely fine. It's completely fine because we're still going to... Actually, I wonder if the event block in that case is going to be the water. Let's give it a shot. We'll see. We'll see how that looks like. Okay, give cod bucket. Oh, well, okay. Definitely a bad idea because it's going to consume the water bucket. So let's not do that. Let's not do the ID stuff. Let's just extract the mob by doing this, right? Actually, no, okay. Let's keep spawn egg because we do need the spawn egg to spawn the mob. Let's just name this mob. Then we get the item by setting its material. Stream seems to be handling it a bit better, so hopefully that works. Okay, so mob here, we're going to spawn it just like this, right? Do we want to make this a function or not? Probably not. You know, it's like there's not many others. There's not many other like mob spawns stuffs, right? Should be completely fine. Okay, let's then just spawn the mob. Which, yeah, so like good decision to not make it a function because we could just spawn the mob on the water. Like this. I reckon this works, right? Yeah, I'm not sure I need to do anything else with this. Let's give it a shot. See if it works. Let's put this up. Oh shit. You know what? Good opportunity to see if the debug stick works. Interesting. Oh, it doesn't affect how the chest is inside. That's interesting. Okay, good. Okay, let's give ourselves a code bucket. Ah, right. So it does place it inside the block. Okay, so simple enough. We just need to do the shifting thing that we did earlier, which is just the exact same thing as here. So let's just grab the... Let's just grab these. Okay. Probably lower the music a little bit, huh? Feels a bit loud for me. It's a good song, but yeah. Um, yeah, it should be good. Okay. So yeah, I think we're still going to. No, it's not this one. It's this one. I think we're still going to lower by 0.5, like this. No, still a bit of lag, yeah. Yeah. Right, so that should work. Let's give it a final shot. I think red might just be AFK, but works out for me. Oh wow, great luck. Yeah, that works. And then I think you can pick it back up, right? Yeah. But it's not the same. Okay. Well, that's not going to affect much, right? Like, you don't. Is it fine? Is it fine that it's like this? Can we even grab what the fish is based on the bucket? I don't think we can. So yeah, slight error. It's not too vanilla, but you know, it is what it is. It's fine. Right, okay, what do we have next? We've got armor stands multi-placeable. That's going to be an easy one. I think we can just get away with doing this. Right? Because if we do this, it's going to consume it. It's going to place it in the same manner. I think it's going to be fine, yeah? Maybe the only issue is that an armor stand, you should be able to place it on the ceiling, I think. And also it has to face you. So maybe what we can do is we can add this, right? We can just add this behavior in. Add this behavior in. If the ID is equals armor stand, then what you do is you make it so. Well, it's not. Armor stands are supposed to be like cardinal and diagonal directions only, but let's make it more. Let's make it better than that. Right, face towards the player's eye view, or midpoint. Yeah, that works. And then, sorry. And then what you do is you want to also add a check that the event side, you want to make sure that this is not down. If it is, I think we could just return, right? You cancel and return, right? All right, let's give it a shot. Preparing the command. All right. Okay, yeah. I thought that maybe armor stands would pass in the spawn mob thing, but if they don't, yeah, we need to make it a standalone action. Too bad. Yeah, I reckon that it's also just a thing here. Yeah, spawn armor stand. Well, we did what we could. Let's extract this, make it a standalone thing. It's too bad because this should be. This would be a good way to do. Like this would be good to generalize. I say this, but like, is there other stuff that's going to be placed on blocks like this in terms of items? Not really. No. What did I note as special items? Yeah, not much. I mean, there's the creative only items, but these are going to be blocks, so it's going to be fine. And crystal, I guess, but other than that, it's gonna be fine. That's pretty good. Okay. Yep. So spawn egg, armor stand over there. Yes. We can simply keep that. But yeah, let's just repeat the same code. It's not really something I really like doing, but whatever, it's fine. You check the block, the actual block, from the location. I just realized something about the fish bucket thing. Yeah, we also need to do that solid check. Oh crap. Because if we don't, it's going to just like enable us to spawn a fish in midair. Ah, okay. Let's finish up on the armor stand. Just so I don't forget. Just so I don't accidentally forget. Let's remove this. Let me finish up on the armor stand, then we'll get back to it. Okay, so block here. We can simply check if the block is solid. Come on. Stream died for a little bit, but I guess if that's the only time it died for the last 15-ish minutes compared to before, that's probably way better. Well, I guess it seems to be dying more continuously? No? Okay, it's back. Block is solid here. This is going to be very annoying, by the way, because block is solid is not the only check we need to do. We also need to check if there's air. There's also like, oh crap. Wait, let me get into like a single player world to like check this out more in depth. There we go. Right. So the thing is that when you want to spawn a mob, right? If you do something like a setup like this one. What the fuck? No, come on, what the fuck is this? Are we serious? Does it like check the next, like it shifts to here and then it goes up? Oh, that's weird. Okay, what about armor stands? Do they obey the same laws? No, they don't. You have to place them. Oh, why does it spawn the? Oh my god. Wait, what? So this is fine, but this isn't? What? Okay, yeah, that's just weird. Are armor stands taller than one block? What? No, they're not. Do they spawn like slightly up? No, they don't. So why? Okay, I don't even know. Well, what if you spawn it down like this? It just shifts up. Yeah, okay. I'm beginning to like understand how this works. So what I understand is that it's completely fine if it's in a block. Yeah. It just shifts up if it detects that there's like a missing block. But other than that, oh shit. If it's not solid, like if it's not inside a block, it's just going to spawn it. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's annoying, but you know, we can work with that, I guess. Okay. So we're definitely going to generalize it, because are we? Are we going to generalize it? I don't. I don't actually know, because armor stands don't work the same anyway. So is there much point? Oh yeah, yeah. There's probably not much point, is there? And also, there's probably not much point in checking if the block is solid, because no, I'm trying to think too hard about this, but it doesn't work. Hmm. No. Okay, so let's just make it so in here it checks if the it checks if the block is solid, and if it is, it just shifts the one block up. If we want to check if the block is solid, I think here we don't want to re-extract the block. We just want to check if the location here is in a block, and if it is, let's just shift it up. Should be fine. This should be fine, hopefully. Okay. So for this, it's not even going to be the same check. Oy, 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 oy. I'm really not sure how I want to be doing this. I think for this we can like exclude scenarios where the direction is down, no matter what. Let's make this cleaner. Let's make it a knot. Oh, red left. We're out of a testing, buddy. Never mind. Red's back. Okay, so let's. Maybe we just like shift like this again, yeah. You know what? Like nobody's going to be placing armor stands anyway, so like it's actually completely fine. Like let's just do this, right? And then when you spawn it, you want to make it. You want to make it face you, right? If I this is so dumb. I'm wasting so much time on this. Let's actually not waste any more time. Let's just make it so it faces you, and that's about it. And then it's going to spawn. And we'll have like ultra detailed armor stands, and it's completely fine. Okay. Yeah, no equipment. And then I think we want to set its AI. There's like a specific armor stand thing, isn't there? Yep. No. Armor stand slot interactions is not it. Damn it. I forgot. Like this makes it visible, but I think this doesn't enable it to. Okay, you know what? Maybe it's just enable AI, right? Come on. I reckon that this is literally just enable AI. Okay, let's give it a shot. And after this, we'll review the water part. Right. Give armor stand. I forgot to make it consume. I forgot to give it its plate. And it seems that it's invulnerable as well. God damn it. Okay. Lots of things to do. Lots of things to do. What do you do even there? It's like not AI. You have to re-enable its gravity. Nope. Set gravity. Enable. You re-enable its plate, which is going to be in a... Yeah, there you go. You don't enable the arms, you enable the plates. And you make it not invulnerable. And hopefully that works. What the fuck? Why did I do them? Oh my god. Code fatigue. Oh no. We have to wait for the whole fucking script. Okay. Yes, armor stands. You can stack compasses? Also, why did I even make a give command? I could just like give stuff from here, right? Also forgot to make it like... Why is it... Why is it invulnerable? I just turned it off. What? Quite literally just did. Set invulnerable. Disable. Whatever. Like, what? I'm just gonna not make armor stand spawn. Well, how do you... How do you even make it so that... That's definitely like... At least a bug, right? Like, they should definitely make the armor stand not invulnerable. Whatever. Anyway, I think the... I still forgot to make it consume one, but we'll do that right after. I think we can just do player damage entity if the entity is... How do you check if it's an armor stand? Do you just... is type and you put it in an armor stand? Does that work? We need to check the reference book for this. It's not text codes, it's special items. Entity references? Yes! So if the entity is a type armor stands, then we could just kill it, right? Come on! And I guess the stream's crashing again. No, never mind, it's back. Come on! Oh my god! It was fine for a second. What? What's going on? Okay. Can I just damage it like this? Put it as like this. Is it going to drop it? Is my question, of course, but we'll see. Let's not forget to make it consume one. And we put in the event item. Should be good to go. Okay. What the fuck? Like broke. And it doesn't even count me as... It's not like corrected or whatever, man. I don't care. So this doesn't work. Is there like left click entity? Of course there is. And if the entity is type, let's specify victim just in case. But yeah, I don't want to touch armor stands any further than that, to be fair. I'm coping by thinking that maybe we'll do an achievement with it or something, but it's probably not the case. And then... No, okay, never mind. So left click doesn't work. Damage entity doesn't work. What works with this thing, right? Or maybe I'm just like I'm being rage baited by the is type system. Like if I do this, is it going to tell me that it actually does register a left click? It's just that it doesn't detect the armor stand type, which means that the reference book is lying. Which, mind you, is not that unusual. That's what I'm doing, right? Oh god. Okay. Armor stand. So it's literally just the reference book just like pulling a fast one on me. Because like it literally says special items. All items that can be used in if entity is type to detect certain entities. Armor stand doesn't detect the armor stand. Or maybe it does. Hold on. Maybe I'm being very mean to the system. It's just that the damage doesn't work. And as such, let's try and put a remove to see if it works. If that doesn't work, that means the is type is broken. But yeah, it might just be that it would be consistent because I can't inflict damage on it. It would be consistent that it doesn't work with taking damage. Okay, so armor stand. Also, don't really. I should make it cancel. So it does work. It's just that the damage fucked up. No worries, Red. Nothing's broken. Well, it is broken that you can't make an armor stand vulnerable, but yeah, completely fine. And you know what? Let's just make it so it spawns an item over there. An item like this. Location at the mid location. Oh, that's Minomod. Mid location of the victim. We remove these send messages, and we should be good to go. Right. Oh, but we also need to like drop its equipment if there's equipment. It's Milo mod. Same mod I'm using to like visualize code like this. Yeah, I need to like iterate on the equipments. You wouldn't think it's that complicated to make an armor stand work, right? On God. Okay. Alright, and let's just put the remove after so it doesn't freak out with the mid location. And we should hopefully be good to go. Let's give it a shot. You know what? You know what I just realized? How much do you want to bet that the moment I spawn this armor stand, its armor slots are not going to be enabled? What the fuck? 2 music discs in a row? Interesting. Yep. Don't you love to see it? Okay, at least this works. So let's go back here. Let's give this a cancel event. actually, so only give it if we actually spawn the thing, right? And then yes, it's over there. We want to make it so this doesn't work, of course. We want to make it so its slots are enabled, which is over there. Yep. Take swap plate item all. Sounds good to me. We should have working armor stands at last. Okay, let's go back to the buckets. So much work for so little, by the way, but you know, it's the little details that count. That's what I tell myself to cope. Okay, cod bucket here. We only want this to trigger if the player actually managed to place the water bucket. So trying to figure something out and I can't. Oh my god. There's like no completion check for like having consumed an item, is there? That'd be neat, but I don't think there is. No, there's not going to be. What? There's like a whole tag for this. Okay, makes sense, but yeah. Yeah. If any of you guys have any ideas. Also, this is wrong, right? No, never mind. It's not wrong. Yeah, I'm not sure. Because we need to take into account both waterlogged blocks and if the water bucket was placed. I don't know, it's weird. I think, hear me out. It's so good. You never want to do this ever, but yeah. Yeah, okay. Maury going mad. It's fucking 4 p.m. You probably want to do this. You want to start a process. um, Call this bucket fish placer. You wait a tick. No, that doesn't work because I wanted to check if the player like has a bucket, right? But that's not how it works. Because you could just have a bucket beforehand. Oh god, how'd you do this? You need to take into account both waterlogged and and hey, what happens if you try to place a fish bucket into a cauldron? Does it even work? I don't think it works. So, like, you give a cauldron and you give a cod bucket. Oh, he places it on top. But I mean, I guess my interpretation is correct. But you see, the problem right now is that you can just do this. That's obviously not good. So, yeah, no. Maybe you only check if there's, like, water where you want to spawn it. You do the same solid check as the other ones. Okay, but that'll just work for now. I guess it's fine. Yeah, material. I don't know why I bugged there. On the events block, you want to check if this is solid. And then maybe what you do, like go to Snotty Nose. I think it's red. I think you want to make it so you check if lock is like water or something. I don't know. How do you even check that? There's like no simple check. God damn it. Let's just check if it's water. You know what? I don't even care. Lock equals lock. Water. No, we remove this, of course. Okay. Hopefully this works. Let's give it a shot. Try and test it. I don't think it's going to work properly in waterlogged situations. Maybe we can like adjust for this. I don't know. Okay, give cod bucket. You click in air, nothing works. And it didn't place for that. Great, absolutely great. What? Why? Why won't it place? What? What failed here? Block is solid. Log from event log. Wait, what's wrong here? Shouldn't be wrong. Oh, I get the ID and not the item. Yep. Common mistakes, common mistakes. Come on. Cold bucket crushes the game. Still doesn't work. What? So obviously this doesn't work, but I'm not surprised at that. More surprised at the fact that it doesn't want to work for like simple situations. What? Okay, why? Like maybe is it because it checks too early and the water's not there yet? This is a bit annoying. Okay, I kind of, you know what? I kind of just want to do this, you know? Oh my god, wait. No, this is bad because you can just like spawn infinite fish with this. Thank you for the follow, Rafitz Chibucha. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Let's just settle on this for the fish. If you find an exploit for it, you can like spawn infinite fish. Woohoo, congrats. Completely fine. Yeah, it should be completely fine. Okay. I'm trying to move on from it. I just keep picturing like a guy having a pufferfish in a bucket is just like spawning a poison army. You know, like there's one. Maybe I'm too. Maybe I do troll too much, but maybe you know these videos of like this one guy having like a pufferfish emergency system which releases 1,000 pufferfish in his base to like kill every mob with poison. I'm just picturing that. Anyway, yeah. Let's get back to this. I've decided we throw away the warden behavior, whatever, we don't need it. Minecarts, that should be something simple, right? It should be as simple as uncanceling the boat stuff. Yeah, it works. Oh. I'm just going to hop into GMC for this. Okay. So rail, minecart. Yeah, that just works. You don't have to see it. Finally, it's previous one took like 30 minutes. Okay, this one's going to be a tiny bit more complicated, though. I think I do think that normally chorus fruits are ripped of their like functionality on Own Fire, which makes sense, of course. But yeah, not sure. Let's just head into. Oh, that's the other reaction. Let's just head into spawn, see if it'll teleport us. I'm just trying to create platforms around. Because, if it teleports us, I'm not changing that. It does. Yes. Get out of here. Okay, creative only items must be placeable. Now we're getting into the territory of something a bit more annoying. Right, so the thing is with that I don't think you should be like using the base items, right? I think one good way to do it is to go into the item.get and then if you get with this an item that's in the cursed list, so I think I've got it right there. So that's do I have access here? No, I don't have. Is it like an accessibility thing? Controls, operator, items tab on, but I guess it doesn't work if you don't have up. So, I get command block. I get command block minecart should work. Jigsaw block? Yeah. I get test block. I get test instance block. I get structure block. Maybe? Yes. We also need the other types of command blocks. Chain, yeah, that's the one. I reckon that's going to be it, no? Am I missing any? Any unplaceable blocks? I don't think. So if you land on these, right? Just put all of these in. What you can do is you can make it so you replace these with barriers that have the model on top of them. That's the idea I had. You set the item. Like you okay, hold on. You grab its ID. Then you set the item to a barrier with this model on top. And obviously, I think you also want to set its name, otherwise it's not going to work. Can you set its rarity as well? Or are they all the same rarity? Yes, they are. What about command block minecarts? We already did something to uncancel the command block minecarts. I'm pretty sure they're not cancelled. Should be fine. It's not like the same system of placement anyway. Anyway, for the item here, you want to set its name as well. We could just extract the name from the item previously. Like this. Am I missing anything? We should be completely fine, right? Well, last thing we want to do, I think, is we want to set a tag to keep track of what the actual item is. Item, call it creative item, and item, and IZ, not item. Now, here's the complicated part. It's going to be tough to test this if we don't have like if we don't go through the item.get thing to, you know, give us the item. Maybe I can do something like this: forced item string optional, and maybe if there's like if forced, you can only do that here apparently. If forced item exists, like if it's not 0. Can you check exists with optional variables? Does that work? Hopefully. We'll see soon enough. So if it exists, you set the item material as forced item, right? Which means that we can make our give command actually mean something instead of being whatever we just did with the give command. So set item type here, forced item. Same as this with forced item. Aren't optional parameters by default number 0 and not... so yes, if they exist, by default they're number 0, you're correct. So the thing is, I wonder if defining the type as string here converts it to a string 0. Not too sure. We should do experiments on this at some point, but I don't want to do it right now. So let's just settle on this. And let's change the give command to actually go through that. I put my give stuff up here. Where did I put it? It's over there. Yep. So instead of this, you get the ID and you do item.get item here, and we give it. Okay. So hopefully that should give us our makeshift command block stuff. Let's see. Give command block. It is actually a barrier, and the item stuff seems to still work. Oops. Now the thing is, yeah, when I place it, it does that, right? So that's exactly what I wanted, so that's really neat. And then, what we can do, that's really interesting, is in place, which is over there, we can do it so that when we check the, come on, when you actually place a barrier, so item equals, or actually let's do item custom tag with the creative item thing we did. Creative item. We are going to extract that tag. No, we still need this. And then we can simply set block it on top of this. Set block on top of the event block location. We don't need to do additional checks considering that we just defined that okay, what I mean is that we don't need to do additional checks because we already have place block over there, so it's completely fine. Let's give it a shot. Honestly, if this system works right off the bat, I'm really proud. Okay. Command block. Seems like that works. And also, I chose barriers for a very specific reason, is that you can still bridge with it and it's completely fine. Oh. So yeah, you can place creative item stuff. Let's let's give a shot at the command block minecart. What? Oh no, it's just because I had the thing up there. All right. Yeah, as you can see, it works. You can't interact with it, of course, because you're not in creative. And I'm pretty sure even if you were in creative, yeah, you can't. You need OP perms. So yeah, that's cool. That works. That works quite nice. So that's a set of blocks that becomes useful then. That's nice. Okay, so we can check that off. That's pretty cool. Now we're getting into some more gritty stuff. Compass must point to other players. I seem to recall from Coder Elias's version that eyes of Ender, when you click on them, make all players glow. We could do that as well. I do think the compass is a neat idea, but I also don't think I should make it like an actual system where like you can click to change targets and whatnot. I think it should target a random survivor. I'm not sure if it's that worth it. Like maybe it's better to go with the initial dumb idea of just dual versus code exactly. So true. You know what? Let's actually not do that. It's a bit useless. Let's make it so it's like compass points to middle, whatever. It's like where you want to go in terms of the border. I think we're going to have a border, yes, by the way. In player initialize, I think you can simply get away with doing settings. Nope, that's well, I do want to set that actually, but settings. Where the hell is the compass stuff? World? Yes, that's world. Set compass target. Yes. And you do that with the value, yeah, consport center. Just gonna save us a lot of headache for stuff that's not even going to work. So it's not that it's not even going to work, but it's not going to matter. So let's settle on that. Not much done yet, but we're gonna work through it. Don't worry. Okay, so non-damage projectiles should inflict knockback. So that's for like snowball, eggs, etc. I don't know how we would like re-enable that. Projectile damage player. The thing is, I think in vanilla Minecraft now, also in the latest versions, taking a snowball to the face doesn't damage anything, right? When in doubt, let's go test it. Okay. So, snowball, egg. No, as you can see, it even in vanilla. But snowballs do. Is it just against chickens that? That's a very neat interaction if true. Wow. Okay. So what the fuck? Wait. So why did it damage earlier? The fuck? Wait. Hold on. Okay. I genuinely don't understand then. Okay. Hold on. Let's go back there. Okay, it's against small mobs, if I remember correctly. What do you mean against small mobs? Against small mobs that they take damage. Do you have the latest version running in the background? No, I got a new computer, so it's blazing fast for, for stuff like loading words. Trust me, before that, it took me like a solid minute to load in words. Okay, let me think. I do think I want to like re-enable that, right? Like I want to make it so snowballs and eggs actually push players. Otherwise, it's a bit disappointing. thing is, I don't really know how to do that. Never actually did it. One thing we could do, make it so when you throw out a snowball or an egg, it replaces it with like an arrow and disguises it as a snowball, and then makes it so you take 0 damage from it. Maybe that works. I don't know. What projectiles can you launch? That's the question. What projectiles can you launch, and then what projectiles can you disguise? Yep. Set projectile display. Works with snowball, egg, small fireball, gas. Oof, yeah, that's not much. No, that's not going to solve our system at all. So, yikes. I think we need to make it so it's projectile damage player. Does it work to uncancel this? We shall test. We shall test if that works. Okay. Game mode creative. Chicken. Egg. What the fuck? What just happened? What the fuck? What if this spawn a bajillion? Is it because of the item stack? What? What if I got 2? What? Okay, that's interesting. Anyway. Yeah, but it doesn't work on players, right? No, yeah, even if you uncancel. Actually, even phases through sometimes. No, never mind, no. It's just that I had bad aim. Yeah, I'm kind of worried about the mob spawning code. What the fuck? Did you just, like, keep spawning them? Well, you know what? I've got, like, a neat solution for this. Very, very simple. In fact, what you do is you put an item cooldown of something somewhere. If it's not, you cancel. Also, by the way, yep, let's do that. You cancel. Let's put it on an item that you're not going to be seeing. That's not many items considering what this game is, but there is one item we just freed up: command blocks. Never actually going to see a real command block, so you could just put it as this. Okay, so cancel here, and then you just set the cooldown here. So this is like classic anti-auto click attack, right? That works quite nice. If you don't know what this is, by the way, the Light Slayer cancel on the event, this just makes it... You type cancel to obtain the cancel scythe. And when you right-click on an event with it, it makes it so it automatically gets cancelled if you got Lag Slayer. So this prevents players from, like, laxing your plot and then, like, opening certain chests, for example. It's a very important tool. I don't think there was, like, much said about it. But yeah, laxing plots to, like, get access to stuff you... Yeah, it's really not that well known, is it? It's kind of impressive. I still can't, like, tell myself that this is wood, right? Like, can we agree on that? That just does not look like wood in the slightest. Like even the not stripped version, this just looks like a calcite thing. Anyway, yeah, it was a complete tangent, but let's try again the chicken thing. Why the fuck does it do that? Why does it spawn a bajillion eggs? What? What I don't get is that it stacks with stack size, but like, why? Like, what? Has anybody ever seen this bug? And I set a cooldown and everything, so that means it happens in one instance, right? Let's make a check here. Let's send message. Spawning an egg. Just to check that it only happens in one instance. But that if it does, that's very weird, right? I'm encountering bugs never seen before. Holy shit. Okay. It does only do it once, so what? Why does it bug out? What? Is it a right-click entity thing? Say I cancel right-clicking an entity. But no, because if it was a right-click entity thing, it would spawn baby chickens, right? We wouldn't do that. It's very weird. No, even cancelling it is still worse. Yeah, I do not know. Because if it repeated the event, if it repeated the event, then what would happen is you would just get like 64 messages here. What if we just put one here, right? Spawning a mob. Just to see like if it re-triggers here, if it's like failed. Yep. That's the kind of stuff you deal with. No, I know, but I'm trying to figure out why. Like, why would it repeat the thing 64 times? Like, that makes no sense. You see what I mean? Like, what? What? There's no shot. Like, spawn eggs. Okay, whatever. Okay, well, we can use the same trickery. Oh! In Spawn Mob. God, that's such an obscure fucking feature. Why the hell is... Okay, whatever. It's fine. I'm glad that we discovered it. It's such a bad feature. Why the fuck does it work like that? Okay, whatever. Completely fine. My god. Okay. Okay. Oh, fuck. So yeah, that should fix it. Thank you for telling me the tip. Yeah, right. We do have set dragon face, but yeah, right now it... Well, you see what happened with... Oh, happy guest morning. You see... Okay, honestly, I really like it like that. That's really nice. Oh my god. Okay. It just flies away. I kind of like it when it does that. Okay, hold on. Let me take a quick break. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I was taking a call. Took a bit more time than prepared. Okay, let's get back to it. Dude, I've got the fucking TikTok playlist on. What the hell? Also, that's absolutely not what the song is playing. It's Murder on the Dance Floor that's playing. Why is it showing Grow Up and Blow Away by Metric? What? Is it? That's weird. Alright, whatever, I'll just let it run. It's okay. You know the song. Okay, let's get back to it. We're gonna finish this damn list one way or another. Okay. Let's see. Let's enslave red once again. What? Oh yeah, looked at the dragon face. Okay, where were we? Completely forgot. Yes, the eggs and the snowballs. Yeah, okay. So we can't disguise an arrow as the snowball and stuff. I think the only solution that we want to do, right, is we just want to like create some artificial damage here. Let's test if we actually like receive a projectile damage player thing when the projectile lands on the player but doesn't do any damage. Okay, let's test that. Right. No, there's no ping for it. Interesting. Okay, so I reckon that we cry. I don't know. What do we do for this? Um, it's like it's just going to be projectile hit, but then how do we detect the player? Um, because you can't actually detect for sure if you hit the player or not, right? Try to think a little bit. Um, how would you even detect that? Is it like selection stuff? Hmm. Okay. Because I don't think you want to do. Okay, what if we set up something like select players? Okay, let's just select players that are like very near, right? Select players that are very near the impact location. Not current selection, by the way, it's default. And then what you do is you can filter by a raycast, probably. So ray origin, we just do the default location. Check if game plot has players using victim UID. Interesting. Do you think there still is a victim in projectile hits? Well, I'm not asking if you still think, because you're literally a dev, but you know. Um, so we select players by condition if game plot has player using the victim. That's an interesting way to go about it. Um, okay, and it works. Okay, let's hope. Um, so I think you can inflict damage with a direction. You can't. Why did I think you could? What? I was like so sure that you could. Maybe you can inflict like 0 damage with the projectile UID. Maybe that works. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. It's over there. Projectile. Yes. Players can will also rate on all players. If you're going for max performance, choose the if game. And inside, do a direct select player by UID. You're correct. But this doesn't work for players, right? It's only this. You know what? Let's also do as a check percent victim status in game. Just helps in case there's any confusion on that. Come on. Oh, and the stream's lost. Alright, we're back at it. No, never mind. Why's the stream crashing? What the fuck does the stream do that? What? Okay, I'll be back. Okay, whatever. So I'll just keep it like that. It's completely fine. It's you should definitely make a player ID like optimized thing. Like that seems like that would be better, right? Because anyway, let's see if this works, right? Okay, give no. What are we doing? Okay. Also, didn't check if it was a snowball, so I did that, but yeah, whatever. Nothing. Okay. Is it because of damage 0? I should have probably added a check. That'd be nice. Let's actually send in chat the victim name. Just to see if it works. If it doesn't work, I don't really want to spend too long on snowball stuff. It's alright. It's a rare enough object. Right. Interesting. So it does work. No, okay. It only works if you connect. So, like, there's a way to do this, right? But how? Selecting player by UID is supposed to work. Red vortex. My status now is spectator, but I'm pretty sure back then it was in game. In game is spelled correctly. Has player does target the victim. Player is in plots. Player is in game. And then we do the damage. Let's make it 1 damage. be fine. It might just be the projectile UID throwing it off, but you know, this helps us test that. Okay. What? So that does work. No knockback though right now. Yeah. This feels a bit weird. I'll probably put it on like 0.01, right? That works, I think. Anyway, we know that works now, so that's good. Let's remove the send messages. And let's make it so we check for projectile type. So, let's again refer to our Bible here. No, I don't think... Wait, hold on. All projectiles that can be spawned using the launch projectile action. So if I check if an entity is type snowball or is type thrown egg, it's not going to work, is it? At least I don't think it is. Entity type spawn egg projectile vehicle. Let's try it. So snowball and eggs. Okay. So once we've done that, we check, we do damage, 0.1. I would like to inflict some knockback with the damage, but the problem is in making that knockback unnatural. I don't think there's a way to like do natural damage knockback, right? Unless I'm mistaken. I distinctly remember there was at some point you could feed a location to a damage action. No? There's something like that somewhere. I think I may be confusing it with send player attack animation. No, not attack animation, but hurt animation with the location. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. We could honestly not even damage the player, but just like set the hurt animation, and then just launch it a certain way, right? That may work. Put the location of the projectile as direction, and you launch toward with -1, right? And you ignore the distance from the location of the projectile. Maybe that works. And also maybe we make it so we launch a tiny bit up or no, that's always nice. Thank you a lot for that. It's a really nice place for like a no, never mind. I guess we get a second chance. What the fuck? Okay. Yes. Let me switch to this. Doesn't even do the damage sound yet. And it doesn't shift. Let me do this. What? It feels weird to have it without the sound, to be fair. What the fuck? Oh yeah, because I'm in creative, of course. Fucking hell. What the fuck? What's wrong? It does the visual hurt animation, but it doesn't do like a. Oh no! It's because I'm completely stupid. It's because I've got accessibility settings damage shot off. My bad, gang. Okay. So this is obviously not strong enough. The problem is. Okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to visualize where that location is, right? With a marker. Real ones remember when the particle was a never star. That's when Damify was real. When you didn't even have loops that went below 10 ticks. Yeah, lots of stuff from back there. I think I might be one of the only boomers to remember that kind of stuff. Well, no, I'm definitely like exaggerating. There's tons of other people that remember it also. It's just that there's more people that don't remember it, I guess. So the location is correct. So that's reassuring. Stop moving. Right, so you do need it to be stronger when you want to actually launch with like no distance taken into account. So I think you do -25, maybe a bit excessive, but we'll see. You probably also want to do a hurt sound, player hurt sound. Probably can do freeze, right? That's fun. Oh, that's only for the snowball though, isn't it? Yeah, okay, so let's just do regular hurt. That's too high pitched. I'm trying to get like a high pitch that doesn't sound ridiculous. You know what? That's fine. It kind of indicates no damage, I guess. It's fine. Okay, 1.25 is your 3. We don't want it to be too loud. That's fine. Midpoint of the victim, yes. We can play it outside. Then, hurt animation launch towards. If that still doesn't work, try get direction of the provocation and use that to apply the force. Same thing though, isn't it? Like that's going to work, I think. I think it should probably shift it a tiny bit up, otherwise it's not going to get any movement. So, can you try throwing snowballs at me while I'm in the air? Just see about how much it pushes me. Is it the stream like? Okay. Yeah, there we go. So it's not like it should be a bit more, I think. It's like -40 or something. But then you want to launch up by a tiny amount. Probably 3 or something. I think 5 is like significant. It's like send one snowball catapults you across the map. Anyway. Snowball. Yeah, is there that much delay? Holy shit. Anyway. What if I try to like... I'm still way too weak. Is there that much stream delay? It doesn't display any stream delay on OBS for some reason. What could be screwing up here? What? There's not that much delay. This is a you issue. I just tried it. It's like 5 seconds. Yeah, it's not even that bad. No. You're capping. You're capping. You should just refresh your browser. Okay, let's try 6 now. And like minus 50, whatever. It's gonna be so dumb. Yeah, okay, I see. Maybe we also want to make it so that the the launch towards is fully horizontal, so it doesn't affect like vertical momentum at all. So like yeah, because yeah, as you can see, it's like it affects it a little bit. It's honestly, I think it's balanced enough. No, especially since we just sniped him here. It's probably balanced enough, right? Like that works. We'll leave it like that for now, and we'll change it if there's any complaints about it. Anyway, that's fine. End crystals. Can we uncancel end crystals? That's today's golden question. End crystal. Oh, it's red not in game anymore. Such a sign, a natural sight. By the way, that reminds me, I haven't uploaded the VODs of the previous one yet on the separate channel because I noticed that I accidentally did not set up the separate audio channel thing for these VODs. So the VODs have copyrighted music in there. So yeah, I need to see if that's fine if I post it on YouTube. I think since I'm not monetized, it's going to be fine. Anyway, which you modify. Because if red stays in Assassin music segments, yeah, that makes sense. I think it's the beginning and the end because like it's clear music instead of me speaking over it. I changed the hit sound of the snowballs, no shot. I mean, okay. Like, okay, but the eggs are also in there. Did you account for that? Anyway, and crystal. It works. It's one less thing to worry about. Where is it? It's over there. And crystal. And the pearls must be limited. So before I do this, right? What's up with that? Because obviously, looking at this, you were able to place outside, right? So let's try playing again. Oh. Waiting for Ed. I'm just playing the regular one again. So did you account for eggs? I assume. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Snow eggs. You'd have to see it. Oh wait. I saw that air thing. Oh yeah, that's fine. Okay. We should be back. What's going on? Oh, my headset gave out. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm not trying to get a better router. I'm trying to get a router. It's currently just my phone. Like, there's a reason it sucks, but it's also the fact that it's like it's gotten inconsistent for some reason. I don't know. It's weird because back then it was like completely fine. Is there any way to get Ethernet back? Yes. So I do have something for Ethernet on this laptop. So trust the process. When we actually have a router, the connection is going to be flawless. Okay. So this is fine. I do think there's like more items here than in an usual chest, but you know, what? Okay. Right. So yes, what I wanted to test, plot bars gamed up boundary. So that's an interesting thing, I think. Oh, for fuck's sake, I disabled the coordinates. Can you still? Yeah, plot X. Thank you, Milo, for having this mod that totally bypasses what you should be able to do. Anyway, let's switch to creative. Right, so this is the limit, right? Now, why does it allow me to place just outside of that with no issue whatsoever? That's kind of weird. Okay, let's see what's wrong with that. Which, oh, is it because that? Sake. Really? That's it? Oh my god. Okay, whatever. Fucking. Let's try again. I guess that fucked it up. Okay, let's try it. Okay. It also prevents me from doing that. Okay, so that's good. Which means that I can now do enderpearl stuff. What I want to do with enderpearl stuff is I want to make it so that if you try to enderpearl outside of the border, it cancels. Now the thing is, oh yeah, that's right. So should do like egg crack here now. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, why are these so loud, Red? Volume 2? At your level of expertise, Volume 2? Oh my god. Also, play it here. Okay, whatever. That's fine. So, yeah, let's do the ender pearl. I think for the ender pearl, can you cancel the land to cancel the teleport? Oh wait, no, I just realized. You can use teleport land to like avoid the problem altogether. I think there's a teleport cause thing. Teleport cause. Yes, no. Where is it? Stuck over there, right? Yeah, teleport cause, sorry. And the pearl, yes. You check if this is equal to end the pearl, and if... You know what? Hey, wait, I just realized something. I can probably just use the player.block check here. It's not really good practice, but yeah, whatever. It's gonna be fine. You can like get teleport location, right? Yeah. And this should cancel if it's not in the range. Looks good to me. So that's going to be in the pill finished. Then a very, very simple one. You can do... sorry, no, we already have a right click. What the fuck was I cooking? You can simply do if ID is equal to a fireball, then you probably just like consume one and also in consume one let me try doing that. Launch projectile, and I think we want to do we want a blaze fireball or do we want like a gas fireball? Like something you can punch back. I think it's funnier if you can punch it back. Honestly. Right, location is not needed. Whatever. It's fine. I can just do that. It's funnier if it's a gas fireball, in my opinion. You could just like vibe check someone. If they punch back, you're cooked. In this function, I think I also want to add a attack animation. Why is he not joining? I joined right as he left, right? Same message, by the way. Holy shit. Oh, you can't see it because of the cam, but yeah. Oh, I actually have a message hider with that cam. That's nice. Okay. And a pearl. Perfect. That's good. But what? Wait doesn't end the pearl. Okay, whatever. Fireball. You want to do a tennis match? What the fuck? Nothing works. Is it because it's called fire charge? Yes, that's why. Okay. What's explained? Fire charge. Over there. Do we have any cancel going on? No, so what the fuck? What? Why the hell does it... Does Ender Pearl not work? Like by default? Like this would imply otherwise, right? But what the fuck? Very clearly, it should work. That's really weird. I guess we could just like check like that to see what location it outputs. Let's give it a shot. My god, doing the edge cases is sure a fun mission. What a test sound rage. Ah, yes, I see. So 150, 150. Why does it break? Wait, what the fuck? Wait. Oh, so you can't. Interesting. So yeah, my whole thing is just completely wrong. Yes, you wanted to test sound rage. Oh yeah, written book. Can't open it. Sound. Okay, whatever. You said that after. Right. So the problem is with the check. So the problem is in game stars, I believe. Alltså skapar en grym OST. Can't game center, but it should be plot center, shouldn't it? Where did I define that? Plot center, yes. So that explains it all. Okay. Good for me. Good for me. So, let me think a second. I think that should fix the ender pearl, right? Because we saw that it worked. So we can strike off ender pearl. Fire charge. We didn't retest that. Crap. I can't wait to be done with this list. Such a boring ass list, but you know, it's the stuff that's necessary to be done to have like a actually good gameplay going on. Anyway, give fire charge. Wait, can you punch it back? So, I probably forgot to put the item. Punch it. Is this guy brain dead? What the fuck? Is it just hard? Or maybe you can't punch it back. Wait, hold on. Yeah, you can punch it back. Yeah, okay, so it's... Oh yeah, okay, stop. Oh, it works. I'm gonna die. Okay, let's actually be serious for a second. What's the problem? Problem is... Oh shit, yeah, because that doesn't remove the entities yet. Event block location, yeah, that's really nice, thank you. Okay, so fire charge works, right. Pots must be interactable. Seems fairly easy enough. I think due to lag, I hit it back after it hits me. Gotcha, yeah. Makes sense. So if the block equals... Oh no, wait. We want to get... Yeah. Because otherwise... For like potted thing, it's gonna be annoying. No, it's not how it works. No, it is actually how it works, but I forgot. Come on! Yep. There we go, with the ID, and you want to check if the string contains with an actual variable, please. Potted, or just pots, because I don't think there's any other blocks except decorated pots. Yeah, there's no other blocks, so it's completely fine. So pots works instead of potted. And if it contains potted, and let's just check that it's not a decorated pot. Actually, yeah, no, let's include that, right? We uncancel. Over there. So that should cover pots and potentially decorated pots if you were not able to put stuff inside them. Okay. Give pots. Flower pot? What the fuck's it called? Okay, interesting that it fucks up, but yeah, sure. And you can plant, and you can place on it too, which is very nice. The fuck? Why doesn't it drop anything? Is it because I'm in creative? No, no. Oh fucking god. Should be ban worthy, holy shit. Okay, pots work. Find a usage for item frames. No. what the fuck do you want for item frames? For knowledge books, I can maybe cook something later, right? So let's just like skip these ones, right? For later and these. Because otherwise, like usage for item frames, I got no idea. Usage for knowledge books, maybe you can do some stuff with like achievements or whatnot. Maybe you could random map problem at the end. Knowledge book should just link you to a random Wikipedia page. That could work, no? That could be fun. Oh yeah. Just click knowledge book. The assassination of Franz Ferdinand. I do really want to get to this one though. This one is going to be nice. And also, let's put this one for later as well. We said earlier today that we didn't want to do it. Let's look at leads. Let's look at leads. So first of all, are the leads cancelled by default or no? If they're not, the problem, right? But they might be. That's the big problem. Okay, give lead. Give pig spawn egg. So they are cancelled. Can we uncancel them? Is the big question. Right click entity. Maybe that's why they're cancelled. So let's try again. Why did I cancel right click entity again? Oh, because of the mob stuff that we solved. Did you ask ChatGPT what the joke was? What the? Okay. What the fuck was I thinking about? Maybe lose the trail. Leads, yes. Give pigs spawn egg. Right, so like it just works. Okay, ratio. Yes, but I see the joke. Don't worry, being obtuse on purpose. So these work. These work. I also, so yeah, this is one thing that disappoints me immensely when we get to stuff like recreations of Pillars of Fortune. usually you give the item with just the ID and you don't think about it. So I'm a bit disappointed by that. So the thing is, I want to make it so that the potions just give a random variance. Now, the thing is also that you could make this argument for enchanted books. However, I think that if you give actual random enchanted books, you're never going to get something that actually matters. And having the enchanted book be like an applicable enchant to an item by dragging it and clicking the item in your inventory, I feel like that's much more interesting because it makes the times you get enchanted. It makes enchanted book like an important item, like important enough. Anyway, let's try that. If the item is I get potion or I get flash potion or I get lingering potion. Right? I reckon that you can just set stuff. Set item potion effects. Nice, very nice. And tipped arrows as well. So let's, okay, you know what? Let's do that for item equals with material only. No, because I know that this is going to be the actual item, so it's completely fine. I get tipped arrow, and I get suspicious stew. We could just do that. Does it bother any of you also that like the suspicious name, the word suspicious, has been used for like two completely different Minecraft features with absolutely no relation whatsoever, and you just have to like accept it. Like there's no link. What's that about? Why did they even make it suspicious? Why is it called suspicious? That doesn't make any sense. There's nothing suspicious about that piece of gravel. Just some call it like fossil gravel or whatever. Fucking treasure gravel, even. Why would you call it suspicious gravel? When you think about it, it doesn't make any sense, right? I just had the realization that just suspicious gravel and suspicious sand. What is that? Yeah, okay. That actually makes sense. I'm mad that that actually makes sense. Okay, I think, and this is going to suck, but I think that we should manually define potions that can be inherited with this, because otherwise you can get like OP effects for like durations of time, and yeah. So let's like see what we want to include into the mix. See like this, like what is that? Actually, absorption is kind of nice. That kind of works, no? And then you can make it so like with redstone, you can like make it longer, and glowstone you can make type. Ooh, wait, that's a nice addition. Make redstone double the length. We'll see. Make glowstone at a level. I think that works. If you get a redstone block, you just have like a permanent potion effect if you want. I think that's actually fun. No, that's kind of fun. That could be a fun idea. Okay, absorption comes with power. Dolphin's great. We don't want. Probably absorption. Yeah, absorption. Yes, actually. It's like 1, and let's make it for 1 minute. Does that work? Wait, no. So it's like 1 and okay. So it says in 6. Okay, 1 and 60 seconds. How the fuck you said? You just said put your 60 seconds. Okay, there you go. Yeah, for a minute. Sure, that's fine. So that's our first effect. What else do you want? Haste is probably fine. Um, After haste, health boost. Sure. Let's make all of them like 1 minute for now. Right? Here at the village is useless. Instant health. Sure, but then you make it last 1 tick. Yeah. Invisibility, same deal. I'm thinking you should modify the item if it's a potion to show that it's special. I'm thinking you should modify the item if... What? What are you talking about? That's... That's the entire plan. That's what I'm doing here. Also, why is the... Where's the music stopping? Is it my headset again? What the fuck? Oh no, never mind. That's my Wi-Fi. What's going on, dude? Okay. Dude, the fucking... What? No, okay, something's very wrong. What the fuck? Yeah, no, this is when you give it. But like, what? Okay, my head crash. Like they stay on, but they disconnect from the laptop for some reason, and that just causes everything to throttle. What the fuck? That's just weird. Okay, whatever. Uh, okay, let's get back to it. Jump lock is useless. Night vision is useless. Regeneration, sure, we're not. Resistance, sure, we're not. Might be very OP, but sure. Just put on a resistant potion with like 5 glowstones and you... Yeah, sure. But I'll be like more... I understand, but don't worry. We were at resistance. Saturation is the same deal. But 1. We want it only for a tick. Can you set to 0 actually? But I don't think that activates, so let's not do that. Slow falling, yes. Just preemptively said that. Strength, yes, of course. Speed, of course. Water breathing, why not? It's a bit disappointing, but I guess that works. Okay, let's move on to the negatives. Bad omen, who cares? Blindness, sure. And I think that should probably be 30. Darkness, same. Glowing. I don't understand why glowing is negative. I guess I do understand, but like it feels weird to call it in the same breath as other negatives, I guess. Okay, hunger, infested. Sure, let's actually make... No, 60 is enough. So that's infested. Instant damage is 1 tick. Levitation is probably 30. Probably even less, right? No, because splash is always going to reduce it anyway, so it's fine. Mining fatigue is a good 60. Nausea is a 30. Oozing. 60, I guess, yeah. Very, very uninteresting potion. Poison is a 30. Raid Omen doesn't... Who cares? Is it doing it again? I reckon it is. What the fuck? It's not running out of batteries. It's like at 80%. That's so weird. Why does it do that? It might be my phone trying to connect to it. That's very odd. Wait, hold on. Try and see what's up with that. Okay. Should be fine. Anyway, it's your Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi's fucking up the Bluetooth. Trust the process. Okay, slowness. Slowness is a good 60. Oh, one less. Well, no, it's not one. One more. Bad luck, weakness, weaving, wind charged. You got poison anyway. You don't need wither. What? You can't hear the music anymore? There's no background music. It's a bit too loud. Yeah, it should be fine. I think wind charge is the funniest option, right? Because weakness is fine. No, okay, wind charge is too specific. Let's do weakness. Weakness for 60. Yay! Alright, and those are all push effects. And we do this. I reckon that this is going to work. So that's our potion. That's our potions as a base, right? Let's try giving ourselves a few of these. See how they turn out. If they actually like change the item of it, that'd be nice. Give potion. Oh, it does say uncraftable potion. That's too bad. Even for like known effects, just slow falling and stuff, it does say uncraftable potion. That's too bad. That's actually way too bad. Got it naturally. Yeah, too bad. But anyway, it's probably fine. Fine to keep calling it uncraftable potion. Does make you feel a bit sad though, no? That it says that. That's not the one. Okay. Well, okay, now let's look into... So we do have potions that generate properly. I want to make it so we have like click item and inventory shenanigans. Get potion type. Yes, for like custom naming, that could work. But yeah, for now, let's just do that, and we'll see about the names after. So... let's think a little bit about what we want to do. Oh, Can you get the potion effects from something? You probably can, right? Yes, get potion effects. List contains one potion effect for each effect in the item. So interesting. What was I trying to do? Join interaction. You do. It's not interaction. It's item or inventory. Click in inventory. So say, let me reduce that. Say you have in your an item that to the material is equal to, and this is where we can actually use it, right? As you said earlier, red material only. For the clicked item, event click slot item. Oh wow, that's actually how they translate. Sorry, let me move the cam out of the way because that's interesting. This and this. Those are the actual translation keys. Pretty nifty. So we can actually do that, I think. It's gonna be nice. That's gonna be nice. So if the click slot item is equal in material to the potion, the splash potion, the lingering potion, the tipped arrow, or the suspicious stew. Do we want the suspicious stew to be able to receive it? Sure, why not? That's fun. We'll do that right after that. Let's get into the translation thing, because that's actually fun. Item.gets. Now we only want to modify the name if the item is equal in material to potion, splash potion, lingering potion. Come on. Lingering potion and tipped arrow. Now, what's very cool here is that I'm pretty sure that you can just extract the material from the item. And then, do they have like a special rarity, by the way, these items that I need to set? No, probably not. And then you set the name to a name that we'll define here. We do want translatable, and we want fucking copilot key. Such a bore. This translatable, and you want item.minecraft.%var id as red showcased dot effect dot %var effect, and we'll gather that right after. And hopefully this should work. I think it's translate, not translatable. Maybe an alias though. I think it's an alias, yeah, because appears right over there. So for the effects pods here, we can just gather the effect key. Can we? I hope so. Get potion type. Ah yes, but isn't this going to get the complex type in a way, like with the capitalization shit? I'm thinking that it might. Yeah. Let me just like send it. Wait, hold on. Save the potion value generated in a separate var. And use that on set potion effects. And to get type. Wait, that's what I'm doing already. Bro is not following. Anyway, yeah, let's play. Let's play. Let's play. We'll see if that works. Oh my god, he's looking in red. It's fine. Yeah, sound looks like it's too low. I should like add better normalizing, I think. Because like in the quiet parts of the song you probably don't hear anything. I don't know. Maybe I should also just boost my microphone. I don't know. Give potion. Yeah, as you can see, it says instant health in all caps and speed in all caps. So it doesn't work. Very nice. I don't know whose idea was it to extract potion effects like this, or like to not even add a tag. But you know, it is what it is. Um. So like, what do? We just like yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Just replace everything with like a string case in lowercase, and you replace. Also, no, no, that works. Hold on. You want to get yeah. You want to get effect pod, then effect you place every space with with this, and I think this is going to work. Hopefully. Oh. Oh yeah. Potion. Potion. What's wrong with it? Did it just not like? Maybe you're right. Maybe translatable doesn't work. Over there. Over there. Yes. I mean, I always use translate anyway. I don't know why I insisted on using translatable. There's probably like an E here, right? Something like that. Translate. It's got the secrets of the government that bringing you down. That's gonna look insane on the bot, but this is a really good song. If you must save one song from this stream, it's this one. It's completely untrue, by the way. That's like I played Muse earlier, but anyway, it is what it is. What the fuck? Like the Minecraft potion effect haste. Did you lie, Fred? Did you lie? No, you didn't. It's just that haste doesn't have a name. Because it doesn't exist, of course. Oh, fuck. Yeah, okay. We'll leave it like that. And what we'll do is that when I cave in and eventually add a resource pack, I'll just like add the missing field. Oh no, did you give me the bucket IDs instead? It's because they don't have potions. What? Right, because it's like potion of %S and it inserts that, right? Something like that. No, I know that, but like, why? But I can't do that. 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. Yeah, okay. I'll let you figure out if you want the naming convention. Are you mud flaps? What? Is this a reference I don't get? Is it a Minecraft YouTuber? Seems like it. It's a hardcore YouTuber. It's the guy that made Can You Beat China's hardest Minecraft mod. Yeah, I've heard about this guy. Nice. Once you compare me to this guy, I suck at hardcore, man. I didn't show it on stream. I also can't show it at all because it's on another multi MC profile. Dude, I've lost quite a few hardcore worlds. I didn't really get far. I don't think I've ever even beaten the game in hardcore. It's a bit cringe, but yeah, it is what it is. I just didn't play it too much, so I fall for dumb tricks. Stream lag is there? Oops. I don't know. Hi, what are you doing here? Welcome. So, this is the TheFoxPlush hardcore stream. Welcome. So, I'm coding on a server called Diamondfire, which is over there. Um, Essentially, it's like Scratch-like coding, I guess. You know, Scratch with the coding blocks. It's kind of the same. Yeah, so we code games here, and I'm remaking Pillars of Fortune. You know, the game from CubeCraft. I think it was popularized, but it's gotten published a bit everywhere. So yeah, in general, I think I'm a bit dissatisfied with CubeCraft's version. So it's kind of motivating me to make my own because I'm adding a bunch of stuff to it. Right now, it's very elementary because I'm doing it. I've been doing it since only one stream, so you know we've only got the basic system working. How are you coding that? You hop over to yep, so over there, yeah. As you can see on the sidebar, mcdiamondfire.com. It's a server um, where you can learn to code games like this. It's a plotnet server, except you have a space here to like code stuff. So like you can do stuff when a player joins right over there. You can do stuff when a player right clicks. Where is it? It's over there. No, it's over there. You can do stuff when a player right clicks. You can do all kinds of stuff. It's pretty nice. I encourage you to. Oh, thank you for the follow. That's nice. I encourage you to check it out. I think it's a great server. In fact, I probably think it's too great a server. I've been here for like 9 years. But yeah, it's I think it's a really nice server. You should check it out if you're interested with that kind of stuff. And yeah, Red is one of the devs for the server. He's helping me out with testing the plot. So yeah, if you have any questions, you could also ask him. Which is my MC is not working. No problem. Do it when you can. Okay, so let's get to the coding aspect. So for the potions, as I said earlier, I wanted to make it so that you could do some like fast potion making inside the inventory. How'd you find the server? A good question. I think I found it off of some YouTuber back in 2016. What was he called? That's crazy. I don't even remember. But yeah, 2016. So it's been here for a while. But yeah, it's a really nice server. The community's grown a little bit over the years. I don't think it's very big at the moment in terms of like widespread community. We did get a huge boost with Mace Roulette. You might have seen that. That's hosted on Diamondfire. That's a guy that coded the game with those code blocks. Yep. Okay. For the quick crafting, I think you want 4 ingredients. You want the redstone, the glowstone, the gunpowder to turn into splash, and the dragon's breath to turning into lingering. I think it is. Mace Roulette is like the most popular minigame ever. Yeah, probably. I don't think it's hard to believe that it was made on Diamondfire, like in terms of quality. Don't get me wrong, flops are cooked. Like it's very nice visually, but I think you mean in terms of popularity, and yeah, I guess I agree. But yeah, it's uh it's really good. But it also helps that flops is like very um how would I say this? A surprisingly it's not surprisingly good. It's just that it's like it's an he's an he has an impressive talent for like graphical design in terms of like the text animations and whatnot, the flair of the game, how it looks. I think that really sells it a lot, even more than like the cosmetics, the modifiers, etc. And that's one of the reasons the game is so popular, in my opinion. That it's just it looks visually very very clean to play. It looks inviting, etc. Higher quality base floor. What you mean, Dan makes roulette? Anyway, how much time are you working on the minigame? This one, I've only worked on maybe a couple hours at most. Um, yeah, that's about it. But I'm I would probably I'm probably doing this faster than if you joined and you tried right off the bat to do a minigame like this because I've learned the codec system. You still need to learn a little bit, but if you don't worry about learning because like there's always support on, so you can see top left of the tab. There's always helpers that can help you out with understanding the coding and what certain blocks do and whatnot. There's lots of things that you can learn just by asking. So you can progress real fast if you want to. Game's also very easy to pick up. Yeah, sure. How much more do you think you will need to finish it? Well, there's no given time because okay, I do think it'll be like probably a couple streams at most until I can like publish it. But I'm probably going to keep working on it because you can kind of scale it any way you want, so should be fine. Yep, that's what Red said. I'm probably going to lower the music now. It's a bit loud. There you go. Um, yeah. It's kind of what I'm doing, what I'm going to do. It's not the current plan. Current plan is to make something that's like worth playing, and then I'm going to add all of the flair around. I do think for this one, I'm going to try and make a workflow that encompasses cosmetics. That encompasses a resource pack, sorry, and that way that encompasses all of the stuff I use to make a resource pack. So a sprite for the visual design, Blockbench for the models, VS Code for the shaders and the resource pack organization, stuff like that. I'll think about how I want to do it, but right now I think I'm going to develop the game as like without a resource pack because it doesn't like immediately need one. But then we can probably figure something out with a resource pack. We'll see how we want to shape it. Should be fine for now. Okay, I've been yapping for a solid for a solid 15 minutes. Let me focus up on this. But not that you're interrupting me, of course. I'm very glad to like talk about this to you if you want. And then click sort new item. Clicked with, yes, that's the one I think I want. So for this, I think you just pass redstone, right? Yes, go ahead. I'm gonna make a valid variable that I can use to like decide if I want to change the item in the end or not. So it's 5 here over there. Yep. It's one of the issues of Diamondfire. Actually, you don't really have end conditions. You're obligated to improvise with stuff like this. I run by Haven. Okay, interesting. I'll put it on. Yeah, you're obligated to do stuff like this if you want to do end conditions for now. It looks a bit ridiculous, but it is what it is. Right. Well, like obligated. It's just that you need to do something after, so it's a bit weird. And play Peace, Love, and Rock and Roll. Peace, Love, and Rock and Roll. Is that like a real song? By Davis? Put it on the list. There's a guy there. I mean, this guy? Hydrate him. You're so right. I'm gonna go grab a glass of water. I'm actually thirsty as fuck. Wait, hold on. The guy in the back. The girl, actually. Yeah. Andre's just, Andre's just fucking around on the lobby building stuff. Because the game takes place over there, so, you know, this whole area is available. What the fuck? They're playing a Skyrim. Okay. Alright, let's get back to this. So I want to do items equal material only. Yeah, and there I want glowstone, gunpowder, and what is it? Dragon's breath. Yes, that's the one. Right. I think that's going to be it. By the way, it says Minecraft Air in my mod, in the mod I use, because it's a bit outdated on the format. You know, it is what it is. It's going to get fixed next up. Okay, let's get back to this. So if it's redstone, I think for this we want to like extract everything. Right. Try and hightail. I bought it and I have a username. I just need to take the time to. I need to take the time to actually log on. Sorry, I missed the message. So what are you doing right now with this line? So with this line, basically what I did is that I made it so in the game. Well, if Red joins, actually. Tell him to join, because we need 2 players to start, obviously. I made it so in the game, when you... Hey, Flop! How are you? Playing Sky Miner. Come on! So I made it right now so that if you get a potion in the game, instead of just getting a water potion that does nothing, it gives you a random effect on the potion. And I wanted to make it so that instead of having to lock out and get a brewing stand, you could take in your inventory a piece of redstone. So let me actually give myself the stuff. Right? You could like take a piece of redstone, put it on there, and it would like lengthen the effect, just like if you put it in a brewing stand. The name is incorrect for this. Don't worry, we're working on it. But yeah, the you put redstone to like elongate the effect. You put glowstone to intensify it, so like to make it haste 2 in that instance. Yeah, inventory brewing. That's exactly it. That's what I'm working on right now. Okay. So yeah, Benjamin, if you've heard of Mace Roulette, Flopsu is the guy who created it. So if you want to say hello. Okay. So yeah, for redstone, I think what we want to do here. No, you do. Oh yeah, are you supposed to like say Flopster or something? Probably. Just forgot about the correct pronunciation. I think what I want to do here probably is I want to grab the ID here of the item, which is the material of this, so the click slot item. By doing this, I get if it's like a string potion or splash potion or etc. So, what even is mixed red? It's a game where you where there's a mace in the middle that spins, selects somebody, and this guy gets the mace and a wind charge, tries to kill somebody, well, tries to kill somebody, but amongst the others, and it just keeps doing that until there's one person left. It's a pretty good minigame. You should check it out if you want to find the extent of what can be done on Diamond Fire when you get really into it. Right, so get item type here. Mostly using this. Yeah, true. Mostly using this so that when there's gunpowder here. So of course, if you're applying gunpowder, I'm going to check that it's not already a splash potion. And of course, you know what? Let me actually make sure that. So I'm going to use a glitch stick here to link my brackets. Yeah, so don't worry, it's fine. I'm going to make sure that if you're applying gunpowder and dragon's breath, that you're actually dealing with a potion. So splash potion and what is it? Lingering potion. Because if you're not, then you could also be doing a tip tarot or a suspicious stew. So yeah, you want to make sure that you're dealing with a potion. If you're clicking with a gunpowder, then you want to make sure using the not arrow here that you're not doing it on a splash potion, right? And then if you do this, then you want to set the ID to a splash potion because you've transformed the potion to a splash potion. Same logic for the dragon's breath. Secret command that enables. No. If the ID is not a lingering potion. I actually forgot. Can you apply lingering to any potion, or is it only splash potions? Is anyone helping you? Red is helping me test and does tweak a little bit of things in the code every now and then, but I'm doing the main bulk of the game. So yeah, of course, it's not going as fast as it could be, but yeah. Any potion? What do you mean? Not sure what you mean. Yeah, Andre's doing the building, of course. Emotional support faces. Yeah, that's true. Check out the emotional support faces. Got the goblin over there with a bit of snot, and you got this guy, this little goober. It can be applied to any potion. Yes. Yes, that's the point. The point is that. Oh yeah, sorry. About the dragon's breath. Thank you very much. So yeah, I'm just going to keep it as that lingering potion here. And then here, of course, I transition it to a lingering potion. Okay, so that's two effects that should work once we code the full thing, but that's what the logic looks like. Yeah, of course it doesn't show up here, but this is the gunpowder, this is the lingering potion, this is the redstone, and this is the glowstone. So now for this, I think we want to extract here. We want to extract the potion effects. Come on. You want to extract the potion effect, which is in item actions over there. I'm a bit laggy. Yeah, there we go. Get item potion effects. Effects. The crafting dead. I do remember the crafting dead. Right, so we extract it from that. And then that's our effect. When you apply redstone, I'm planning ahead 3 code blocks because from the effect we're going to want to extract the duration. Oh, that's 2 code blocks is necessary actually. It doesn't have ads on. No, I don't. I see. So effects over there. Let's do duration. So we extract duration into a variable, and we want to multiply that variable by 2, let's say. So let's do a percent math expression. So this is a bit advanced, Benjamin, if you're still following. In fact, this whole thing is like a bit abstract. It's not very um, it's probably not very useful for you in this case. But yeah, don't worry, it's completely. You would start out with much simpler things, and trust me, I started off not knowing what any of this was. What kind of remix is this? This is that Mac Miller song with kids. Interesting. Oh, Mac Miller wasn't with any kids, of course, but that's but yeah, you know what I mean. Okay, duration times 2. Timothy, why is it when I set cursor item, it only gives me the item into my inventory, not into my cursor? When you set cursor item on a click inventory event, what it does is that it overrides the cursor item before the event takes place, which means that when you click it, it clicks with the cursor item you just set, so it places it into the inventory. I reckon that you can like keep it on the cursor if you cancel event or if you wait 1 before it. That might work, but I don't really remember what the exact timings of it are. Okay, for glowstone, let's simply make it so we set the amplifier, yes, over there. Let's do it like this. Amplifier. There we go. From effect, then effect gets +1. Yes, same logic. Percent for amplifier +1, and that should be our whole like effects coded. Now, if we've got something valid here, that's going to be the interesting part, right? Because we need to remove stuff. So, all right, first of all, we want to do a potion sound. Wait, hold on, brewing. There we go. Probably do something like quick brewing. Yeah, that works. That should work. Brewing's down, yeah, sure. And then what do you do? So then what you do is you want to, the end goal is that you want to set item in slot at the slot that you clicked. So that's event click slot index. There we go. Over there. You want to set that to a new item. So the item that we previously had, except let's give it our new let's give it all new potion effects. Just over there. Yep. Effects. The thing is also that I just realized something. When we get effects here, it puts it into a list. So we need to get list value from it, like this. Okay. Let's see. Let me think. The real annoying part is the change of ID, which means that we need to make it so item takes in a new material, which I'm not sure if it's going to like kill the effect or something. I don't know. Anyway, let's give it a try. I'm lagging as hell. Oh, come on. Hope the stream doesn't crash. Yeah, okay, never mind, that works. After calculating the clock chunks have been loaded for 2 hours, 38 minutes. Nice. You can probably add them all at the end if you want. Okay, so set item type here with the new ID should work. I think this is going to cause some issues for the for like the naming, but we'll see that after. It's fine. Anyway, if the thing is valid, I think we also want to cancel the event so that the switch doesn't happen when you put the redstone or the glowstone on it. And then obviously we want to make it so that the item that we consumed gets -1 in quantity, right? So to do this, I think what's best is that we do the same logic as earlier. We get it to angle. What are we talking about? Anyway, let me think. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Amount, yes. Amount from not from item, but from this. And then set item amounts. Let's call it ingredient. So for ingredient, we set this to same logic as earlier. %var, %math, amounts -1. And we set this on the cursor. So let's test this theory that I just said to this FreePod earlier. All right, let's give it a shot. Okay, Red, hop in. I made something beautiful. I'll check it out after. I'm testing. Or actually, you hop in, Andre. That works as well. So hopefully we have something that works. that'd be swell. Are we? Are you guys serious? Okay, whatever. I can test in time. Wait, 1, 2, yeah, it works. Hell yeah. Okay, I think it does reset the name, but I think the stuff works. So try to stay alive now, lads, please. And I can see if the other stuff works. But yeah, that seems good. I think we have to set the name of the item again, though, afterwards. But, should be fine. So give potion. Let's give a bunch, right? See the different types. Some of these items are broken because the potion doesn't exist. Okay, stop thundering me, Red. Then let's give redstone. Actually, you know what? Let me just put myself in creative, right? That makes more sense. Glowstone. Oh, no, that's too unnatural for me, Andre, I'd say. Gunpowder. Let's also just make it so there's more potions, I guess. And then Dragon's Breath. There you go. Okay, so let's try elongating this oozing potion. Okay, so that's an issue. Okay, I don't know why it does that, but I guess it does it. So let's use only single-use things for now. Okay, so for some reason it like replaces my cursor item. That's weird. It might be because I'm in creative. So let's test for that. Yeah, as you can see it. Okay, so hold on. It's redstone. These guys are fucking about. So what will make this a more different, better, unique than POF? Tons of reasons. I'll get into it as soon as I'm done testing. I think it works in survival, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, it seems like it works. It's just, sorry, it's just creative that fucks it up. So, like, just this, yeah, it turns it into a lingering and stuff. Dude, that works flawlessly. I cooked. I cooked this stuff. Okay, very nice, very nice. We got it. So sorry for the debug message in the chat, by the way. Let me remove that. It was over there. There you go. So I'm actually kind of proud. That's one of the first time I made something from the first. Well, can't speak anymore. It's for the first time my systems worked on the first try. Thought. So what will make this a different, a better, or unique than PF? Couple of reasons. I personally think I can do better in terms of optimization, in terms of gameplay. There's quirks and bugs of the original one that I feel can be improved on. There's modifiers. I think I can do a lot with also just the environment of the game for stats, leaderboards, achievements, modifiers. Tons of stuff like that. I think that's going to be interesting to tweak with. Would you dabble in custom items? I'm not really. I do like the idea of like taking vanilla items that are like useless on their own and then giving them a purpose, such as what I did with the potions right there. Um, but custom items, I'm not too sure. I think custom items kind of ruin the accessibility of the game, as in the part where people can just come in and like allowed to inventory trim. What do you mean? Oh yeah, for the yeah. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, sure, why not? It's not like a high priority, I think, because like I guess I could, but it's the potions I wanted to do because I think it's useful. You can make stuff with it. Sorry, yes, Benjamin, I saw your question. I just wanted to answer the early ones first. But yeah, what else do you need to do? Kind of lots. The game works as is. You could technically come and play it right now if you booted MT and I allowed you in. But I want to polish it up first. One of my big issues is that, as you can see, when you join the game, you only have the boss bar on top. There's no sounds, no feedback, anything. It lacks it lacks stuff to make it more finished. And also, I want to add tons of other variants. Tons of other stuff to the game, such as stat tracking. Want to add what else? Modifiers to the gameplay. Tons of stuff like that. I think that can make the game more interesting than just just what it is right now. Oh my god, one button makes so much. Your goblin, you mean? Yeah. Okay. This guy. Some items could be worth it, though, like armor trims are useless. Skulls, heads, some ingredients would be fun to see some sort of handcrafting custom items just to make use of more items. I see what you mean, yeah. Um, I do definitely want to find what I could do to make use of the trims and the pottery sherds. But all that I know right now is that I probably want to make like an achievement for them, like for collecting all of them, but it's more or less random. So it's I don't know. Oh, stream kind of crashed. Maybe. Nope, stream back. Seems like it back. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, maybe not add custom items, just custom recipes for items. Yep, that sounds good to me. Yeah, I think that might be a good idea. Anyway, so yeah, that's the potion system. Basically, Benjamin, what we were doing is we were going through every item that doesn't like normally work in Diamond Fire because Diamond Fire disables a lot of stuff to make the games, easier to code for other people. But yeah, I coded in this inventory brewing thing. Now I want to do the same for enchanted books, so that's gonna be fun because when you're in Pillars of Fortune and you get an enchanted books, you get it like this, right? You just get a book that doesn't do anything, doesn't have any enchants. What I want to do with this book is make it so that you can take any piece of equipment and then just go bam, and it enchants it with random enchantments, right? I think that could be fun. No worries. The problem with this though is that I would need to like grab a list of like what possible enchantments there are, and that would take a bit more time to do, I think. So maybe what I do on stream, if there's no like quick resources available to like import it, I think the grindstone take off enchantments out of items and give you the book version itself would be fun. Interesting. I see what you mean, Three Threeford. I don't know if I like with the potions. Yes, exactly, Benjamin. Three Threeford, I see what you mean. I don't. Hmm. Yeah, no, I, it would be cool, but it might be too situational. You'd have to get a grindstone, an item that you can enchant, like a weapon, an enchanted book. You'd have to spend that enchanted book on an item, and then you'd have to get a better item that you'd want to transfer that enchantment over. I don't know how often that's going to happen, so it's not going to be my big focus case right now. You could argue, of course, that you don't really get potions often. You don't really get enchanted books often. That's true, but in what Benjamin said of the custom crafts, it'd be interesting to add something like if you combine a book and lapis, you like in the handcrafting, you could get an enchanted book and any book, like when you get a written book, a writable book, etc. That could be fun. That could work. Maybe add that you can get items that are enchanted. Um, you mean like by default you can just get a sword that has sharpness on it or something? I guess that could work. Yes, same as the potions, but it might be a bit OP because yeah, I think I'd rather like enchanted items to be sort of rare by bringing them like this, using enchanted books, right? Hmm. Um. I might just make it so I don't really do the enchanted book stuff tonight because I think I might want to give myself some time to look at it outside the stream so I can like import the necessary resources if I need to have enchantment types available. So yeah, I mean, what is there in terms of enchantment? You can like add enchantments and stuff. If you can buy lapis and enchanted book to double the enchantment. I guess that works. Yeah, that works kind of nice. Yeah, but the yeah, no, I see what you mean. I see what you mean, but the point is that the enchanted book would not have any enchantment on it. Like it wouldn't display any enchantment. Um, and that way you could drag it onto anything you want: a trident, a sword, an axe, a pickaxe, anything you want, and with the same enchanted book to make it like more versatile. So that if you get an enchanted book, you're like, oh, this is great. I can just use this for anything I want. And in custom enchantments, so yeah, same vein as the custom items. I'm not too sure. Oh, it's random. Yes, that's the point. It would be a random enchantment when applying on the item. I think that could be nice. So yeah, I think I'm gonna not do that for this stream. It's also the only thing we kind of worked good today. We completed this whole list, so that's pretty nice. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick break. Let me remove that event. I'm going to take a quick break to just grab myself a snap or something because I've been streaming since I've streamed for like 5 hours. I'm gonna take a quick break to get myself a snack. I'm gonna come back, and I think we're going to get into either polishing up the game a bit more to make it more welcoming, I guess. Maybe get into stat tracking or something. Or if you prefer, we can directly get into modifiers and such. That could be fun as well. Also, okay. So I'll leave the stream running, I think. And custom UI, yeah, sure, why not? So yeah, I'll leave the stream running for now. With um, with the BRB screen. But yeah, shouldn't take too long. But yeah, I'm gonna be right back in a few. I'll leave the music on if you want to steal from the playlist. All right, see you later. All right, welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. All right, let's switch back to MC. What the fuck is that? How much you want to bet that this is Andre's doing? Oh, she's not even on anymore. What the? I gave him some friends. Oh wait, no, this was before. It was the statues. Okay. Sadly, my optimization mod kind of ruins the thing by like de-rendering certain foxes. I was in the dev space. How the fuck did you drag me over there? Okay, probably a fishing rod or something. Okay. Hello, Coda Tommy. So before I left, we had just finished the inventory brewing system to make potions more interesting in Pillars of Fortune. We said that we postpone the the enchanting book system, considering it implies matching every type of enchantment with every type of weapon. And I'm gonna wait until I'm off stream to look a bit into that and see what can be done, so that I don't spend like the next hour of the stream importing data by typing out the enchantments. That'd be a bit boring. So yeah, it's not what I'm going to what I'm going to do for now. I'm gonna lower the music a little bit. I think what I want to do is I want to make it. Actually, wait, hold on. There we go. Okay. So I think the way you want to do this is that you either want to work on making some interesting visuals, some polish, or you want to maybe work on statistics and whatnot, add some statistic tracking and stuff along those lines. So either you do all of this, or Gizmo, you're still whitelisted. I see. Removed my bones. Yeah, I cleared the build list last night. I think after the whole cage thing. The not last night. When was that? Like 3-4 days ago? Not too sure. Anyway, the what was I talking about? Yes, I think that maybe what we want to go for is modifiers. I think it'd be nice to kind of go for modifiers. I don't really want to do any visuals for it right now, in terms of like how to display that, because I'm pretty sure that I want to do modifier stuff or like visual stuff in general by going for a resource pack type thing. And the problem is that doing this, so is Gizmo just like standing in the. Oh wait, because red is probably somewhere. Where's red? Oh, you won. Okay, yeah, gotcha. Yes, so I think I want to make the functionality of modifiers. That could be nice. So that we kind of start soft coding everything. That I think it could be fun. And then maybe next stream, I set up stuff so that we can work on a resource pack, and I can show you something along those lines. But anyway, I want to let myself have the time to make the decision on if I want to do resource pack stuff or not. Maybe I want to do something completely vanilla. Maybe something where something hybrid where it's vanilla, but you can also have a resource pack on top. That could be fun. We'll see what we want to do. Anyway, yeah. So, how are we going to code modifiers? That's kind of the thing that's going to be interesting to code in. I realized one thing is that last stream I set up the class system and never used it, because you don't really need a class system for the items. You just need a list of items. So where the modifier stuff is going to be useful, I think, is because I'm going to be able to reintroduce the class system. I'm not permanently playing. Yeah, if you want, but don't mess around on the build space. I don't know if you. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to be able to start doing the modifier stuff, the class stuff using modifiers. Um, it's not going to be too visual again, but yeah, I think I'm going to set it up as a class base because that way, when I want to do like an item that represents a modifier, etc., I can just link it to that. It's going to be fine. I'm trying to find what parameters I could put for each modifier, right? Like maybe a weight, but that'd be a bit too weird, no? Hmm. Definitely something to think about. Do I really need anything other than a list of the modifiers? Do the modifiers have specific attributes that need me to define them otherwise? Descriptions, I guess, but that's stuff that's going to imply resource packs. Hmm. Okay, you know what? Let me like make a base architecture that doesn't imply a resource pack, and later on, if we decide to go for a resource pack for the description and the names, we can move on to a resource pack. But I'll probably leave out the descriptions for now. Should be fine. We'll type them later. I can just like explain on stream what they do for now, and then later on we can do a bunch of stuff. All right, so first let's do yeah modifiers.init here. So first thing we do, we want to add the modifiers.init to our list here. Modifiers. So it's going to call modifiers.init. Okay. Again, I'm trying to think about what I'd want to like define specific modifiers. I don't have to define a weight of probability. I don't have to define anything specific to the modifiers because the name and the description stuff is going to come from the resource pack probably. Should be completely fine. So we can just put them in a list, I think. It's a bit audacious, but you know. Constant modifiers is what I'm going to do. We probably also want const modifier odds, I guess you could call it. Or like modifier chats. Let's call it modifier chats. I reckon that maybe what we can do. No, okay, let's set it to a number for now. Let's do like I don't know, 0.5. 0.5 seems good because like half of your games you're going to be playing with one modifier. Then that means a quarter of your games you're going to be playing with two modifiers, etc., etc. So I think that could be fun. Okay. It basically does a coin flip on if it should add another modifier or not every time. We will see what this turns out to be, and if it's too annoying, we could just adjust that number. Okay, so in terms of modifiers, this is where I pull up the doc again, and let's see. Oh wow, it squishes it way back. Let's see about modifiers. So these are the modifiers I noted. You'll notice a lot of them are from the Diamond Fire remake, of course, because I think a lot of those are brilliant. So, you know, I do want to implement them as first ideas. But of course, this is not the final list of modifiers. I'm going to be adding a bunch to them. Um, of things that I come up with. But some of these I did get a lot from I think I scouted the entire list or something, but I don't plan on like implementing all of them. Some of these are just like very basic though, like 2x item speed, blocks only, or stuff that I couldn't miss, of course. Stuff like slow time, for example, I'm not too sure about implementing. I don't think it's that fun. We'll think about it though. So I'll see what I do with this. Let's try and build modifiers gradually, right? So for now, for the chance, let's make it so it's like 1. That will equip every modifier that we... Actually, no, no, no. Let's keep it as 0.5. We'll code the system as normal, and then to test the modifier, we'll add a dev thing on top of that. Okay, so what modifier could be first to code, I guess? I think, yeah. For the first one to code, sorry, you don't see the message from Gizmo, but one of the first ones that we can code is like very easy stuff that just involves tweaking a variable. I think the best one to start with is probably 2 times item speed. It's going to be very, very easy. Yeah, should be fine. So let's. So this is our modifiers definition. Let's see. What do we do now? So we want to define which modifiers get picked when the game starts, right? The thing is, when do we want to roll the wheel? Because some of these modifiers could be applied afterwards. 2 times item speed, no, not black, etc. is fine. But for stuff like random pillar height, it's a bit more delicate. You'd need players to have that beforehand. Trying to think about how I want to code this properly. Maybe the modifiers should be picked. Yeah, okay. So I think I'm going to make it. So maybe we show it to the player, maybe we don't. I'm going to make it so the modifiers get picked when the game gets initialized. So that's right after the clear zone. So probably here, right? So it's like plot dot, well, not game dot prepare. We're going to call it because it comes before start. And in game dot prepare, we can do the modifier picking. So let's see. I think we want to set up a repeat as well. Let's see. Let's keep it like this, right? You want to do random over there. Let's do modifiers here. Let's do game dot modifiers. And also, we didn't clear, as I said in previous stream, the game dot variables. So it's not game dot n here, but in plot dot clear. Here we go. In plot dot clear, we should purge. We should do our variable purging. So any part of name, if we have game dot in the variable, that means we're going to clear it between games. It's the best way we can go about doing stuff like having per game stuff, I guess. Okay, so here we want to do between 0 and 1 decimal number, and as long as the hello FreePod, as long as the random is above the threshold that we defined here, probably below actually. Okay, let's see. We want to random it again inside the loop, of course. And then here, acid rain would be funny. Absolutely horrendous. Beginning with that, everybody just gets poisoned. Okay. So you regenerate the random here. What you do, if you want to only pick one of each modifier, is that you want to make a list modifiers to pick here. Modifiers to pick, and you copy the constant modifiers list here. You know what? Let's because I'm going to use my class system eventually, I think, and also let's reduce that for now. I'm going to call this variable. Oh, it's dying. Oops. I'm going to call this variable modifier.registry here because of the system that I'm going to code later, probably. Anyway, modifier.registry modifies to pick here. So we copy this list, right? And every time we want to append a modifier, what we do is we're going to randomize this list, the modifiers to pick, and then we're going to pop the first value of it to get the first value and remove it at the same time. So modifier here, on the first one, we append modifier to our game.modifiers. So, once you've done this, you've got your list of modifiers ready at the end of this, right? Which makes me think probably 0.5 is a bit too high, I guess. Anyway, this is what we need. So this is the full system for picking modifiers in advance. It's not the visuals. It's not anything like that. But yeah, what we can do is we can override the modifiers at the end, just for the time being, to x item, because we're going to want to set up to x item here. Now, what we can do is we can make it so we can start implementing the modifier stuff to affect game.start here. Mostly, I think the thing we want to do is here. That's exactly the spot where we want to do the modifier stuff. In here, once you've defined the default variables, so you can see the default item pool here, the constant of items, the default timer for items. What you do is you can iterate on every modifier that you've set. Modifier here. Oh shit! What was in that line? Oh, it's timer set to constant start timer. Okay, game.modifiers here. Once you've done that, let's just print them in chat plainly for now. Modifiers. You know what? Let's do if the value is not empty, right? Game.modifiers. Then we're going to send modifiers to every player. We repeat on each modifier, and we're going to use something here. Sorry. We're going to use something called nested functions. We're going to do modifier dot apply dot %var modifier. That sounds good to me. So once we've done this, right, what we can do is we can start defining modifier effects here. So modifier dot apply dot 2x item, for example. The divorce papers. I'm cooked. I'm trashing this. It's not real. It's not real if I don't look at it. Okay. So this is a function that only runs when the 2x item modifier is active. So you know this. Mayhaps. So it's kind of easy for the 2x item modifier. We've got the game max item timer here. We can make it so this just gets divided by 2. And I think that's as simple as we can make it for the effects of modifiers. And it's completely soft-coded. You know, we can just like add on modifiers as functions here with no modifying to the game start function. Well, we will modify it, of course, to add more parameters that can vary. But other than that, it's there's no like a bunch of if chains in the game start. So what are you doing now? I'm coding modifiers. So I don't know if you're familiar with Pillars of Fortune on CubeCraft. There can be like game modifiers. I think CubeCraft has crumbling blocks. Has rising lava. What else? You know, two times item speed is in it, I think. I'm doing that for now. I'm making it so the game can have, you know, random modifiers that spice up the gameplay. So let's try out the 2x item modifier here. Red's still on the game, I think. Yeah, so that's going to work. So as you can see, modifiers... Oh yeah, but hold on. Okay, game.modifiers. Game.modifiers doesn't exist. That's pretty interesting. If I call modifier stuff, there's nothing called modifier? That's very odd. Oh, it's because red was still on. Okay, red was still on, so red did not allow the game to update, I think. Then again, I think it should be okay now because we forced 2x item anyway. We'll need red to rejoin at some point, of course, but since the game's cleared once now, it should have ran through the modifier preparation. Yes, you can see 2x item. So modifies 2x item, and you can see the cooldown runs much faster. And that's it. That's how you code modifiers. It's as simple as that. So we don't actually have the printing done in chat yet for the modifiers. Let's add that just so we can keep track of what's present. But then we can just like start adding modifiers like this. So let me turn this into a checklist, right? So some of these are going to be inevitably more complex than others, right? Like Rising Border, I'm not going to code today because it's visual stuff, and that's not going to be possible until... Well, it's not possible. It's that I want to wait until next stream to do visual stuff. Least boring game dev interaction, by the way. Oh, Christ. Okay. So, we did 2x item speed. What can we do that's interesting? We can do blocks only. That could be fun. Because that's also just changing a variable, to my knowledge. So let's try that, right? Let's try modifier.apply.blocks only. We can add this to the list here. Blocks only. let's also not make it 2x item anymore to see if that restores it. So for the blocks only modifier, if you recall, in game.start here, we define game item pool to const.all items, right? If I go to items init and you look at the way the items are defined, we have a list called const.allitems.blocks. Now, if we take this as a string, we should be able to set the pool to just be those items. Maybe add a modifier that allows to give like 3 blocks. What do you mean to give 3 blocks? Not too sure. So I think this is not going to work. It's still going to be 2x item. Yeah. It is because red did not rejoin. So red's going to reload the clear thing. Let's scrap that as done. That gives more than 1 item. You mean like at the same time? You get multiple items at the same time? Like at the boss bar on top, it says 3 items. I guess that works. It's kind of similar in principle to... I think I forgot to make it all targets. That's why it doesn't send here, by the way. I see what you mean, but I think it's similar in principle to the 2 times active speed. Because in both cases, what you end up having is more items of the same pool, so it doesn't really vary here, I think. At least I'm not sure it varies too much. It could work. It could make it a bit hectic, so you don't really know what's coming next because you have to follow 3 boss bars at the same time. But yeah, what's the random size? Random size is like random size of the player. We can do that next. That could be fun. Anyway, yeah, these seems like only blocks. Seems fine to me. Let's see. The game.item pool. Yeah, that seems fine. Very nice. Okay. Not sure there's much else to do here. Well, no, not like that, but like for the blocks only, I think this completely works. So that's 2 modifiers we did in like 1 minute. Pretty cool. To be fair, I did set up the soft code beforehand to allow that. For other stuff, it's going to be more tedious. For example, matching items is going to be a bit tough because we need to synchronize the item.get function. So that's going to be interesting. We'll see how that works. In fact, maybe there's a way to like easily make that work. What does the mace do? Mace is just you give the player a random mace, just a mace. You just give the player a mace, and that kind of changes their perspective because they tend to pillar up instead of trying to go to the chest to like get early mace skills, etc. It can be pretty interesting. Yo, thank you, Flop. Thanks a lot. Third month, goddamn, thank you. That's really generous. Thank you very much. Okay, so what would I want to do? Talk about Mace and he shows up. Oh yeah. That's true. So true, actually. Here's Mason. Activates the money. Oh yeah. So what could we do? That's slightly interesting, I guess. Dr. Pepper guy version. Oh yeah. I think next maybe we can do the bedrock. We can do the pillars as other stuff. That could be interesting. So it gives a random player a mace. No, it gives every single person a mace in the game. It'd be a bit unfair otherwise, I think. And do swap player. Yes, swap player could be interesting. Yeah. Yeah, Could do swap player, yeah. Swap inventory is also going to be fun, I think. I'm trying to think about how I want swap player and swap inventory to work, right? Yeah, only giving space for that's probably a bit unfair, can lie, true. It's technique stuff. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, it seems a bit unfair because like if you ended up just making a whole game around that flop, I'm not sure it would work very well. I'm not sure. I have to say. Yeah. Okay. Let's bring that back up. I'm a bit. It's a bit annoying because I can't really see the chat when I've got this on. Yeah, this is better. See, best to launch yourself up. Unironically, unironically, you give it like a food animation. What is it? Block. Come on. You unironically give that. Well, no, not with the eating animation, but like this to like launch yourself up. That could be kind of cool. You have Spears. Spears is not available at this moment because the server is still in 1.21.8. It does allow up to 1.21.11, but the server itself is still in 0.8. So you don't have access to Spears at the moment. But yeah, it's coming soon. In fact, there's a version of the server beta, that has 1.21.11 only. So if you want to check out Spear stuff in there, that works. Well, okay, so I'm gonna do the pillar stuff. I think that's going to be interesting. It's be a whole showdown with fire. It's like the last two players modifier. Well, it kind of makes it like a whole different game, though. I guess though, could work. But I do think like, imagine you get a spear and an enchanted book. You use the strat, you apply it, and you get like lunge on it. You go zoom across the map to another player. Rack punks. um, right. So it's the bedrock pillar stuff I want to modify. I think. Hmm. So what you would set beforehand is probably game.pillar material. Sorry, stream's a bit laggy. So you said game.pillar material. You probably use bedrock here. It's not that you probably use bedrock, it's that you use bedrock. But you don't use bedrock as is. You probably set the item, because I have an idea of how I want to do this actually. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to code two modifiers in one here. There we go. So modify.apply dot call it invis pillar. Invis pillar. Ah, but wait. We do need the class system for something because some modifiers can't go with others. You can't have both invisible pillars and blocks as pillars. They're both two different things of pillars. So we need some kind of exclusion channel going on, I think. Okay, yeah. We'll see how we work that out right after. So invis pillar and block pillar. So let's remove those. Because this is invis pillar, and let's do apply block pillar. There we go. So in both cases, if we refresh the function here, game pillar material is a piece of bedrock. For invis pillar, I can easily make that be a piece of barrier. And for this, I can make it be a string instead to be, as we saw in items here, items.init, const.all items of blocks.solid. We don't set it to this, of course. We set it to the string. So when you've got, I can make it then in the bedrock pillar function, so that if the variable is equal to an item, it just sets that across the board. But if it's equal to a string, it randomizes in the list of that string. I think that's like the one of the best way you could put it, probably. Okay, so in game start in bedrock pillar here, there you go. This is our bedrock pillar function. So we can start to like change this a little bit, I guess. I reckon that we can even do repeat on grid here for lock, from bottom lock. Since we only needed to set it to bedrock beforehand, we could use set region to set it between 2 points. But since we're going to need to randomize it, we'll need to iterate on the section instead. So from bottom block to top block here, and what we can do is that we get block here to be the game.pillar material, which will repeatedly set as set region here. Right, that should work. As block. You see what I mean? So once you've done this, if the game pillar material inside this, you can check if the type of it is a string. Then what you can do is you can randomize block as the %var of this. So this is a nested variable. It interprets the string as the string that's contained inside game.pillar material as a variable, which means that it's going to randomize in the pool that we just gave it. Okay, so once we have this, we should have a randomized block pillar, which should be quite nice. Yeah, so again, thinking about it, what's going to be tough to code is going to be the matching items, because I think I want to make matching items work in a way where stuff like the pillar here, make it so you have the same blocks on all sides. You know, I just want it to be like, maybe not call it matching items even, but make it call like just matching or something. You know what I mean? Where like it just reduces the random aspect of the game so that everybody has the same odds. And I think the way to accomplish that without syncing all the functions is to introduce seeding, seeded randomness. So yeah, that's just a bit of thought beforehand. We might be able to do this tonight, actually. Yes, it's just a bit of thinking on that part. We'll see what we want to do. Anyway, we can remove this now, and top lock can be shifted up at the end. And I reckon that this should be enough to make the to make both of the modifiers work. So let's try setting this as invis pillar. All right. Oof. So of course it doesn't work, and I still forgot to change the modifier thing. It doesn't work because with red staying on, we need to do 1 game of refresh every time. Yes, you can see I send all players here, but I don't send all players here, which means it doesn't send anyone because there's no like player in the target by default. Anyway, let's give it a shot. Let's see what what Invisibility looks like, or what it doesn't look like, I guess. But it should set barriers across, and it does. So that works. That works quite good. Now, what we want to do is we want to set the block pillar, see if it randomizes blocks. So we'll need to, of course. Actually, wait, maybe not, because I set it in time. Yeah, I set it in time. So we don't even need to do a round of clearing. So yeah, this should, yeah, as you can see, works quite nice. Quite nicely, I should say. So I made it explicitly only pick solid blocks because I think I kind of dislike um, it potentially having flowers or coral fans in it. Anyway, yeah, stuff along those lines. I think it might not be ideal. But yeah, that's how that looks like. And yeah, you just be able to play as normal. Oh, I guess you can break that very quick, but not. That's weird. Oh, you know what? One thing that we forgot to do, we forgot to make certain blocks full. So we'll need to do that. Other than that, yeah, configuration is pretty similar. So that's two more things done. That's blocks as pillars, and that's invisible pillars. Anyway, yeah. These blocks, by the way, the being able to place blocks outside the border is completely fixed. I just left them in for testing purposes. Oh. Yep. Low ping for a second there. Oh, not for a second. It lasts a little bit. Okay. Do item rain. It's a good suggestion, but it's definitely one of the more annoying to do. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I should do item rain. I thought quite a bit about item rain as a concept, and I think that I wanted to make it so that there's because the base item rain that you think about is that you think about doing like you take a random point in the sky, you spawn an item, and you do that 50 times a second or something. Um, so the thing with that is that poison stray we discussed earlier, I think it would just end up being a bit annoying. Um, the thing with that, the item rain, is that I think it'd probably be a bit better if every single time it spawned an item, it was symmetrical. So like, let me see if I can find. No, that's the other side. So say you have 4 players on, right? 4 players on, meaning you have this configuration, basically. Yeah. A bit of a slow builder, huh? Okay, yeah. So you have this configuration, right? There's 4 players all staring at the chest. And basically what you want to do to make it symmetrical is that if you spawn an item, say, here, right? Then you want it to reflect on everything, right? I don't mean to spawn the same item. That would be matching items. But I do think that spawning the same location relative to every pillar makes it so it's as fair as in normal gameplay when people get items at the same time. I think I want to implement that because that would make for a more like a less random item rain. And then when we get to making matching items, that means that there's this component of randomness out of it already, and I can just focus on making it so across the rotation it's the same item. So yeah, I think that could be quite nice. Now, the thing with item rain, we can work on item rain. I think that's gonna be. I think maybe that it's a modifier that makes the map symmetrical. I mean, that forces players to make the map symmetrical. That would be kind of matching items because they tend to like place the blocks in the same spaces afterwards. Yeah, so I think um, the challenging part of item rain is that you need to make it so the item loop is not the same. I'm trying to think about how I want to code the item loop and the item rain such that making it matching items is easier. Also, my ping is kind of dropping, I think. Yeah. So let's just make it another function. A process, I should say. Call it item loop dot rain. Let's call it that. How about making a modifier called mirror, where it mirrors what you place in all four directions? So you mean like if you're standing at your bedrock pillar here? Interesting. Yeah, okay. Could be fun. I'm trying to think about how the gameplay of that would look like. Hmm. There's interesting stuff. There's interesting stuff to consider with that. Let's put it on the list. I think it's a nice idea. Symmetry or something. Could be fun. Let's just call it. Let's just call it symmetry for now. Yeah. So let's think about the item loop.rain thing that we just created. You meant that? Okay. Right. Okay. I didn't really see what you meant with make the map symmetrical, but yeah. Okay, I see. So yeah, item loop.rain. So right now. Hmm. Right. Yeah, I'm trying to think a little bit about this. Um, Direction is random. Yeah, you're right. It could be fun. It's just that I wonder how I would handle stuff like water. You know what I mean? Because there's a chance it wouldn't update the same way, etc. It'd be fun to make it so like when you spawn a mob, it spawns it on every side. You know what I mean? Also, there's an issue with this system. I just realized is that you're thinking of the game as a four-player game. This is an idea that came to you when I was doing the four pillars here. What if there's three pillars? You see the point? How do you do symmetry then? There's a way to solve this, which is to make it so this symmetry system can only appear on 4-player or 8-player games or 2-player games. Yeah, I see your point with random direction. Yes, I get what you mean, threefold, but then like the issue with that is that um, for situations like 3 pillars or 5 pillars, for example, a player that places a block here, for the other sides, the block could probably be placed here. So it wouldn't in this graph. It's not very. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can illustrate this better. Let's make them stand further apart. The problem is if a player does something like this, right, on the cardinal direction. For the others, it might look a little something like this, right? And that's obviously not the same experience, right? You see my point? It doesn't really look the same. You don't have to make it place facing the center. You can make all the blocks place in that direction. Ah, wait, I see what you mean. Okay, so like this, like relative to every pillar. I think that's what Benjamin meant earlier as well. This would work. Yeah, sure. That could work. It'd be interesting. Um, yeah, it'd be interesting. Yeah. I meant any direction. Okay, yeah. Oh, so like you would like when you place something here, it would like repeat on other sites. But anyway, I think making it so every bedrock pillar is an anchor of sorts could be fun. Could be very fun. Try to think about the implications. But yeah, this would be fun. Let's let's leave the graph up for this. Okay, let's get back to it. We wanted to do item rank. So let's think about item rank for a second, because what we have right now for item loop is one loop for every player, right? There's a loop per player. I'm not sure what you mean, Benjamin, here. Anyway, yeah, for item rank, the thing with item rain is that if you have a loop per player, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think you want to do a loop per player for item rain. I think you wanted to code. I think you want to code the logic entirely differently than an item loop. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. So let's go to the game.start function. So let's call it game.item distribution. Call it give. And then when you trigger item rain, so modifier.apply item rain, you set item distribution to rain, and then we can do something with that. Could be fun to also do like item fountain, where like there's no chest, or maybe you get replaced with something else, a bolt, and like the items plop out for the middle or something. That could be fun. Anyway, Oh yeah, that's actually a fun idea. Let me do. It's a bit redundant with rain, but at the same time not that much. So I think it's fine. And then you could just like stand in the middle to get like a shit ton of items. That's pretty funny. I like it. Right, let's set this as item rain. Let's add item rain here. Right, game item distribution rain. That's not here, it's here. So, in game.join here, you send the item loop. If you now only send the item loop if the item distribution is give. Oh, there we go. Then, if the item distribution is rain, what you want to do is at the end of this, once everything started for the players and stuff, you want to check it here and then start item loop.rain with no targets and without copying anything. So here, item loop ID instead of set default item loop. The whole logic should be changed also, so it's going to be a bit annoying, of course, but yeah. All right, there we go. Set this here. I think I just want to make it so it spawns an item every tick. That feels like a good rhythm. So let's just delete the whole system for now. And then what we'll do is we'll make it so it's going to pick a random location. We have a function in Diamond5 for random locations, so there. We can use game.boundary1 and game.boundary2. Look here. We've got look. Then what we want to do is... Oh wait, that's not going to be too fair, I think. Doesn't matter. It should be fine. Anyway, you set the random thing here. This is going to also make it random vertically. We need to offset that by setting it to a Y level. So let's make game.itemRainY, and we can define it probably here. Let's set it to the max 100 for now, and maybe we can change it as we go along. We'll see. Anyway, item loop here. We set the Y. Look here, we set the game item rain Y. And then what we want to do is we want to repeat for each of the original pillars, which I don't think I keep the original player count anywhere, so let's do that. Game.playerCount.start here, because I update the player count as I go along, so let me just keep that. It helps for rotation. Okay, so let's grab that. Let's make a repeat on multiple here for each on this. And what we'll do is that for this, instead of keeping this log as a log, what we're going to do is we're going to grab the vector from game.playerCount from const.gameCenter to the log and keep that as the vector. Then, this is a bit nifty, but yeah, what you can do is you can rotate the vector around the y-axis by, and this is a deep cut, but by the game bedrock pillar angle that we defined in the previous stream. That's the angle between two bedrock pillars. You do this, which rotates your vector according to the plot center. Then what you can do is you can get the log here. You get the log. You obtain it from applying the vector on the plot center, the game center. And you get symmetrical logs for everybody. So there you do item get. So item get, you get the item from it. We'll implement seeded stuff afterwards, I think. Let's also keep the original playlist while we're at it. Game.players.start. Over there. So once we've done that, we spawn this and we can just spawn it. Let's not apply item motion. We spawn it here on the location. And this is how in my opinion, we'll have to do a clear round after this. This is how you make it so that item rain is fair. Because in that scenario, every item, not the actual item itself as in like the content of the item, but the location of the item is the same for my opponent and for me. So that makes it as fair as when items start items arrive at the same time for both of us in normal gameplay. So you can't really tell because there's a ton of items. But if I went to the middle, maybe you could like you kind of see it, yes. You can kind of see that the item rain is completely symmetrical. And as you can see, standing in the middle, I would never simply get one item. I only get two because of this symmetry. Yeah, I think this is neat. I think it's pretty neat. I think this works quite nicely. It's kind of satisfying to like peek out the how do you say it? The patterns, I guess. Let me see plot data entities, right? The dropped items are rising slightly. They do get deleted as you go down. So yeah, I think this is quite nice. I think this makes for a good item rain modifier. Maybe we could just pair this to item rain to like rain weather, right? Make it like match in terms of theme, maybe. Let's see if we can do that. How would we do this actually? In the reset part, you would probably set here in world, yes. The set player weather, yes. You would set this to clear, and then when you have the rain here, actually, you know what? In the reset bar here, if the game status is in game and the game item distribution is rain, you would probably set this to rainfall, downfall. Then, when you go to rain, wait, no, where is it? Over there, over there. Yes. When you go on item loop rain, you set this to be downfall. Could be fun. Kind of makes the vision. Okay, I think the rain might have killed my stream. Oops. Yeah. So Benjamin, if you're still on the game, you can see here. This is how you connect to Diamondfire. Just mc.diamondfire.com, and you can just join. And what you create with is just the lobby here, and you have your list of plots here. You can create a new one of the size that you. I think you can only start out with basics, and then you can just join here in the dev mode and start making games. Anyway, yeah. So that was Item Rain. I think it's quite nice. What else could we do? Low gravity is probably very simple. Do we reset players after we call the modifiers? I believe that we do, because we do game join here and we reset the players after. So in reset players, probably. Yeah, sorry. I disconnected for a second, yeah. Could be funny if you shaded the rain to render as render items. Oh god. I guess, but would make it very confusing, I think. I do get the idea though. Yeah, I'm trying to think about it. It might also just be a bit tough because the rain is a constant texture. Yeah, but I think it would like obstruct the view way too much, so probably not. But I like the idea. Let me think about this, by the way. For gravity, I don't think we want to implement it on the reset. Or do we? Maybe we do. Okay, let's do that. Let's implement it on the reset. Shit. Okay, hold on. There you go. So here you set. So what do we want for a good low gravity, right? You want to set. Obviously, you want to set the. Where is it? The gravity. Falling edge should be there. Gravity here. So at base it's at 0.08. Maybe we can set it at 0.05. Sounds. Wait, not here, of course. And here maybe we can do game.modifier modifiers if it contains low gravity. Let's add it here, by the way, before we forget about it. Low gravity, yes. If we do that, then we can set the falling attribute of gravity to 0.05. Sounds good to me. What else do we want to set? We probably want to set the safe fall distance, right? Make it 6 instead. Again, not here. But over there. No, else? Fall damage multiplier. It's true that you would want fall damage to climb less, but that would make it a bit too OP, I think, so let's not do that. I think that's mostly it, because the movement attributes here. Yeah, there's not really anything you'd want to do. Maybe you could, like, lower movement efficiency. Wait, what? Oh no, that's for soul sand. I thought that was, like, movement efficiency overall. Maybe you can make walking speed a bit lower to compensate. Could be interesting. It's not here, it's here. Alright, let's give it a shot. So we're going to run one more round of item rain because we need to clear since red is here. Oof. And then let's go again. Oh yeah, because it landed on the chest. So obviously I want to remind that this is very bare bones in terms of presentation for now. But yeah, I'm postponing everything in terms of visuals. Oh. Why is it stronger? What? I forget a zero somewhere. Wait, hold on. Falling attribute, save fall distances. Good. Does this add? No, it sets. Wait, hold on. So what? What's wrong here? I don't get it. What? Am I misinterpreting it? If I go in game mode C right now. Oh shit. Oh no, okay. Oh shit. Okay, why does it... What the fuck? Why does it make me instantly fall at supersonic speeds? Okay. We both agree, right, that, like, I choose the relative one. Yeah, I mean, I was gonna do that too, because what the hell? I mean, I've used that before and it works, so what does it fuck up now? That's weird. Okay, so percentage relative, right? Means that if I put -10, it's gonna reduce the gravity by 10%, right? Right, okay. So probably -30 or something. And let's make that consistent, so consistent, well, across the board. And relative here, let's make it lose like -20%. Which is actually slightly more, but it should be fine. Oh shit. What's the one line from the fucking Jujutsu Kaisen? Fucking starts lifting. Oh god. Okay, so maybe not -30. Yeah, because it's relative percentage. I'm an idiot. Okay. It's... I want the gravity to be like 70% of what it is. Then I want this to be minus 70%, to be 70% of what the walking speed is. And this, I want this to be 150, let's say. Probably 200, to make it as same as earlier. What the fuck? That's the same, no? Oh, it's like it's even stronger. What the fuck, bro? Wait, this is a simple attribute set. Why does this give me more trouble than doing like fucking randomized pillars? Hold on. Wait, hold on. So percentage base. I think what I want is percentage based. It's the current value. Wait, hold on. I think this is what I want. Okay, bro, come on. Why does this make the gravity stronger? Like, what? Maybe no damage modifier would be nice. Ah, interesting. So, like a modifier where. What did I do? What the fuck did I do? Anyway, so a modifier where like you are, well, you don't take damage, but I guess you do take knockback. What the fuck? Is something happening here? Oh, the node crashed. Okay, gotcha. Okay. You know what? Let's actually do an ad. Can I just resend the same ad? No, okay. Streaming, making modifiers. Come join. There you go. You're gonna see people probably, if they join, you can see people join and get immediately kicked just because they get the link to the stream. Right, so how the hell am I going to figure out this low gravity thing? What? Did it roll back? I think it did. Okay. Oh no, it kicked red! We don't have our testing guy anymore. Let me actually contact Red, see if we can un-AFK him. That way he can maybe explain for the gravity. Let's see. Let's see. Well, Red Joined is not re-answering about the gravity, so let's get back to that. let's try percentage base again. What? So like, theoretically speaking, I'll put 50 on this, right? Oh wait, that's why I was setting the same thing after. I was setting it to 6. I forgot to change that. Okay, that makes sense. Makes a lot of sense, actually. So let's go back to 0 0.05, 6, and this. Let's try again. Hey, that works. Wonder if that's low gravity enough. Seems good. Ooh. Trying to simulate some gameplay. Ah, you can't 2-block jump. Yeah, no, it's broken. If you can't 2-block jump, it's not real low gravity. Add no fall damage. I don't know about no fall damage, but I did make the safe fall distance bigger, so I think that kind of helps with like doing bigger jumps. I don't think I want to do no fall damage though. All right, let's do half gravity, right? That should work hopefully. But we can obviously check that off. Yeah, that's good. Oh shit. Yeah, I do think you should still take fall damage like this. Because otherwise it makes it a bit OP, I think. And it makes games last longer, which is not something you usually want. You want games to be a bit fast-paced. You want games to last longer if the players made decisions that, justify it. Like I don't want to make the game last longer because somebody um, saved themselves just in the nick of time at the edge of the border. You know what I mean? They still can do that with like water or cobweb or slime blocks or honey blocks or tons of other things. But it's just not something I want very much. Hey Flop, I don't know if you were here for this stream. You were here for this stream, but if you were here for this part, the part where we found the formula to have a radius that guarantees a minimum distance between 2 points of 2 points of the map. Modifier that makes the gravity lower. What? Isn't that what we just did? I don't get it. Anyway, if you guys want your daily math those, there you go. Okay. Math on the Minecraft side. So true. I almost did a pirate software and pulled out the fucking MS Paint. But then I realized I didn't work at Blizzard for 7 years, so I didn't really have the skill set. So I tried to pull out Ace Fright, and it was so awful writing on it, like writing text on it. Yeah, falling you fall slowly. Yeah, that's what we did. I think. Well, we reduced the gravity. Anyway, what else do we have in terms of modifiers to add? Slow time is an easy one. And I don't know if it's one I want. Let's see. Okay, whatever. It costs nothing to implement it. We can always like blacklist it from the list afterwards, right? Okay. Slow time. You'll notice that we didn't need to do, and actually we don't even need something for this. We don't need to do an application function for stuff that's like decided elsewhere. And technically, we didn't even need the applying for the item rate. We could have just done if the modifier list contains that. But I decided otherwise, I guess. Yeah, no, it's really it's not that indicative of a variable. I think so. You know, I think it's mostly because I thought about implementing fountain down the line later, so it makes sense to have this be like a separate variable. Okay, if contains, what do we call it again? Slow time. So set tick rate to 20, of course, that's the base. And then here you set tick rate to 14. Least arbitrary number. Yeah, so this is it's also going to be another round of low gravity. Bucket of salmon, fully peak. And I'm cooked. Alright. Alright. Slow time. That's a pretty straightforward, right? It's the same properties, except that you just like move slower. We're fun to make clock, like the clock, if you get it, to be like a throwable potion or something. At what age do you start coding this? Do you mean the server? Well, it was in 2016, and I'm 22, so I was 13, I guess, when I first joined this. Yeah, something like 12, 13. I'm not exactly sure. But yeah, this specific game I only coded since like a couple days ago. That's young. Yeah. I mean, you gotta learn somewhere. You can start at any point, right? I feel my personal feeling on the subject is that you can start at any point and end up on a level where not like a. I don't mean a level where you're like you can fucking do Olympiads of the shit, but I think that you can start anytime and in about a like couple years at most, if you take your time, you can reach a level where you can do the games that you want to do. And I feel like that's the most important. That you don't feel limited in what you can do. I feel like after some time spent, right? The goal isn't to know more about the well, it is to know more about the coding language, of course, but it's also just to learn more how to improvise and how to adapt and how to look for more information, how to look for other sources, etc. Like I didn't. There's a ton of stuff here that I'm using regularly. That's just like repetition of stuff that was taught to me when I learned about this coding system. I I I learned a lot from Sanders, who's like a very early game player as well. Like he's left for quite some time now, a couple of years. But yeah, he's the one, for example, that told me about the usage of percent var nested variables. The thing I use for the modifier here. And Sanders is the guy that's responsible for creating, well, not for creating, but for the concept idea behind the select objects. For those of you that are curious about it. What was the first game you made? It was like so the first ever game I made on this was like some very low quality kit PvP where I it's just like you choose a kit and you PvP with it. It's not a bad thing per se. It's just that it's the first game that everybody thinks of. It's either that or it's parkour. It's a good thing. You should like try out this system on like simple stuff. Like half of the first piece of code we teach to everyone that like asks for support, they usually all ask for like a checkpoint system for their parkour plots or like the basic stuff for variables for a kit PvP. And I think that's great because you kind of like I think you start out with the concepts that you know, like the games that you know, uh, the games that you know work, I guess, and you eventually you start to realize, oh, but I can do this and I can do this, and you start to get ideas for other stuff you can do, and I think that's great. My first real like finished game though was an escapist. It was called. Basically, you when you join, you're locked up in a prison, and you like farm different materials, kind of like a clicker, to escape the prison. It works kind of like a prestige system in clickers, except there's like other players who can choose to be guards, and it's basically like a whole role play. My game was medieval escapists. It was like a call it medieval just because we the only thing we knew how to build was medieval stuff. But yeah, it was overall pretty nice experience. I'm still friends with the guy I still best friends actually with the guy I made this with back in the day. So yeah, it's a pretty good feeling. But yeah, that's about it. I coded a lot of games in between that. Like most of my time here is spent like creating a game, not really finishing it, getting kind of bored of it, and getting started on another game. It's kind of what you end up doing a lot if you let yourself get carried by the flow. It's like these are all the games I've cooked up. If well, one of the ones that I guess people remember is Chorus Virus, and it's basically an infected. But maybe you can get some people. I'm trying to do a joke. It doesn't work. Oh, 12 minutes. Okay, never mind. But yeah, it's basically an infected where like the role of zombie is the role of the zombie is attributed to a class called the chorus, and it's basically just based around the chorus fruit. It's there were some good maps in there that some friends of mine built, and this is all the code of the plots. This is how it looks like. And yeah, there's like a couple of maps. We got village, we got western, all kinds. It was a it was kind of a it was a really nice game. I really liked coding it. But yeah, there's tons of stuff that you can find. There's also tons of games available overall. Mixed Red is by far the most popular one at the moment. But you can find tons of game here and there that are very interesting to play and can give you some great ideas. Also, that's all too raw for real. One day, Best All 3 will come. You don't know Best All 2? Tell me you're not an OG. Still 100? What? That's crazy. Oh yeah, we're in the weekend. That's kind of normal, no? It's not that surprising. Can't wait for making Best of 3 in Game Jam time. I'm sure there's. You know what? It could actually be a nice concept of game to make, right? Because like it's essentially just a kit PvP, right? With like a generated map that you can destroy. It's not a kit PvP, by the way. Never mind. It's a battle royale. Oops. How much time are you gonna stream? I'm not sure. I might take a break to eat some dinner. I'm French, so the current time for me is 8 p.m. 8 p.m. 30. So yeah, I might get some time afterwards to eat some dinner. I don't know if I want to start back up another stream after this. I could, I guess, but also I just want to rest, man. I've been streaming for like 6 hours now. I've never actually streamed this long, so it's been impressive. Um, yeah, I think for the next stream, I want to figure out if I want to do if and how I want to do resource pack stuff for this game, so I can start to work a little more on the presentation. So yeah, I think for now I'm going to take some time to finish up what I want to do on the modifier list, the essentials, I guess you could say. That way we can have like a true modifier pool for now. And yeah, we can see what we want to do after that. Anyway, floor is probably completely easy. I wonder if you would make floor like adapt to bedrock pillars and random blocks. That could be fun. Yeah, it could be kind of fun actually. You know what? Let's do that. Let's do the floor. So floor, right? And block pillar. Did I put an S to it or not? No, I did. So let's do block pillar and floor, for example, and then what do you want to do here? You want to probably make it so. Hey, JNN. So here after the pillar generation, you. Yes, let's do that actually. Let's do list contains value game dot. I love how I said it. I I said in the beginning, um, yeah, I'm doing this call function system to avoid having ifs in the main thing. Already one. There's gonna be two. I was bluffing, man. But it's mostly because I can't predict in which order they'll appear. So if I want the blocks pillars to influence the floor, then I can't take any chances and put that as a I can't put the floor placing on the application. You know what I mean? Anyway, game modifier. Let me take a second. What am I thinking? Yes, game modifiers floor here. And let's make this a function, game.start.floor. So we can like slightly isolate it just so we can find it easier later. Game start floor, and then I think you want to set. So here's a trick. I think. Does it still work is a good question, actually. Lower boundary 2, we'll call it. I want game boundary 1, game boundary 2, sorry, game.boundary 2. Yes, indeed. to be at the same level. It's not okay. I'm just gonna use the index thing, so it's fine. Game.boundary 1.2. Yeah, for the second coordinate, which is y. So if you do this, you get lower. You get game boundary 2 at the level of game boundary 1, which means you can set this. Sorry, not this. You can set game boundary 1. You can't set. You iterate on every single one of these. Right. And you get the distance from this log that you just did. Uh, 2D distance, of course, of the location to const.lot center, because that's the one at the bottom. And then if this is smaller than let's say %math dot %var dot %var dot game dot bedrock pillar radius, is that what I called it? Yes, it is, right on the money. +5 probably. Just to allow like a little bit of outer ring. Then what we'll do is we'll set region this to block 2. Well, block 2. Then we want to apply the same logic as the bedrock pillar, which is this one. If yes, there you go. It's over there. If this is a string, yes, over there. If this is a string, then you can do the same logic. And you end up having a floor, hopefully. So let's try. It's not going to be immediate, I think. So slow time is done. Yep. Let's try again. All right, let's give it a shot. Ah, there we go. And as you can see, we've got a floor, and I think it's really nice that it copies the pillars. I think it's better to do that than to do bedrock as the floor like constantly. And also, what's fun is that if you have floor and invisible pillars, well, then you end up having you end up having it so people can like fall and expect there to be air, but I guess that doesn't really work, right? Because you wouldn't fall expecting to live. No, never mind. It's not that funny. Yeah. But yeah, I think this is good. Oh shit. This is solid? How the fuck is this solid? Anyway, it's fine. Yeah, that's floor. Let's see, what else? Matching items is a big one, so yeah, probably not for tonight. No knockback is another attribute thing, so we can just set that up right now. Setting it fast, that way I can hopefully avoid clearing around. Got to set floor here. So, no knockback is hopefully something exactly like this. Over there, yeah. You want to set combat attribute, I believe. No, where could this be? Knockback attribute, yeah, that seems pretty self-explanatory. Knockback resistance and explosion knockback resistance. Set both of these as 0. And then in there, you set both of these at 1. There is one thing, is that I feel that it's very easy to forget that no knockback is activated. Which... maybe I could put something to indicate that there's no knockback? I don't know. I don't really know how I would do that. If you guys have any ideas, considering that, that'd be swell. Indicator of no KB. Okay. Anything else? Anything else? Lucky Blocks is also quite significant. There's tons of things to code with that. The random pillar height is probably pretty easy. You probably just like, if this is a thing, right? Random. It's a banger of a song, by the way. If you guys don't know this one. Yeah, this one is really good. Random pillar high here. Where is it? Bedrock. So if random pillar height is active, then I think you just shift the top lock. By a random -5 +5. It's completely fine. Let's hope that it works. No knockback. Let's give it a shot. The fuck? Oh, there's lag. I un-AFK'd him. Just reaction like, what the fuck are you doing? Okay. 500 cigarettes. Okay. Oh, also tonight, instead of streaming, I can work on the trailer I've been postponing. Anyway, yeah. Random pillar heights. Was it random? Yeah, seems like it. So that's a lot of modifiers done. What do we need left? Pop layers and stuff. Yeah, these are like elaborate systems, right? This one is going to be very elaborate too. I mean, I need to figure out how I want the border to look like before I start adventuring further. Mace is probably very random size also. Yeah, random size is going to be very easy. Symmetry is the one that's going to be also a bit of a system. Item fountain is probably going to be very simple, to be fair. But yeah. Hmm. Think of item fountains that is going to work very similarly to how item rain works. So I don't know if I want to add it really. Anyway, yeah, I think this is going to be about it. I'm going to do random size just for the just to like maximize how many I finish. But then I think I'm gonna call it quits for today. We did a lot of good stuff. We treated a lot of edge cases. Just to remind people that came in later, we did all of this. So we did leave that, of course, the inventory enchantment system, and these are not very high priority, I think. But are um, these are pretty nice. We have an inventory brewing system. We have spawn eggs, armor stands, minecarts, boats, creative only items, which were really nice. Tons of stuff that was kind of elementary, but good to go. It's good practice, and it's great for the game. And now we did some good modifiers, so I think it's going to be nice. Let's just do the side stuff for tonight, and then we're good to go. If my ping will let me. Okay, come on. There you go. Oh, come on. Oh, and stream is starting to crash as well. Okay. Let's see. It's a miscellaneous scale. We'll set it at 1. I forgot that you could set camera distance. That's insane. Huh. Maybe there's some stuff here to be done. I completely forgot about this attribute. Anyway. Okay, random size. Think we can knock this one in one code block? This one has percentage space. Might be nice. Looks good. Let's try this. Yeah, of course we need to restart it. How does this pillar look like? Yeah. That's random pillars. Try to think a little bit about the aesthetic of this, how I want to present it, if I do a resource back, etc., what tricks I want to pull. I think it's going to be interesting to code. Yeah, we do have random size. Belly fits on. Okay, well, pretty easy modifiers all around. Good to do. Good to do. You could probably do mace very easily, but I want to wait a little bit to do it. So random size is done. Symmetry is going to be a bit complicated. Item fountain is going to be a bit complicated. Crumbling blocks is probably not complicated, I've got to admit, but I think it's something we want to reserve for later as well. Okay, well, it's been a very nice stream. It's been a very long stream as well. I'm glad I did it. We made some pretty good progress. All right. Yeah, damn. Been streaming since 2 p.m., so 7 hours into streaming. Breaks here and there, of course, so it's not 7 continuous hours, but I'm glad. Pretty nice. Now add high tosses. Holy peak. I could. Anyway, yeah. Thank you, everybody, for sticking by. I wish you all a very pleasant evening, because maybe we'll see each other tomorrow. I'll see. I'll see if I'm up to it. Anyway, have a good evening, everybody. Thanks for sticking by to the end. That's really nice. And see you. Goodbye.